Alright, dude, we are live. What's up, guys? This is Dem Keys, and today we're going to be attending the Community Meetup event, which is an event in. Give me a second. Okay, much better. Yeah. So we're going to be attending the Community Meetup event, which is an event in VRChat where world creators show off worlds that they've been working on. They might be old worlds, they might be new worlds, or they might be work in progress worlds that haven't been released yet. It's great because we pretty much any time that I attend this event, I get to see some cool stuff. It could be a system that somebody is prototyping, and they wanna show it off, or they wanna test it. It could be a finished world. It could be a work in progress world, and we get a chance to see it early. It's great, dude. It's pretty awesome. So we're going to be attending the community meetup event, and after the event is over, we're going to be doing more Godot. I've made a little more progress since yesterday's stream, and I'm slowly starting to get a hang of various Godot concepts. Like the idea of, okay, you create a node, or a node tree, and like a group of nodes, when you save it, it becomes a scene. So a group of nodes is called a scene, and you can save that, and then in a new scene you can instantiate this scene. So kind of the Unity equivalent of a prefab, kind of, in a way. Like, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, I'm slowly starting to get a hang of it. I still have some more progress to make, because like I'm very much a beginner in Godot, and I definitely want to do much more in this engine. I mean, first of all, I want to learn the basics, right? I also want to get a fairly good understanding of GD script and start using that. But also I want to use C# and Rust and see how I'm able to compare their performance versus something like GD script. But for the time being, I need to learn the basics of Godot. So we are doing that. Hopefully today we're going to be making more progress. We are working more with instances. I think I'm almost done with that, and then next we're gonna move on. Oh, cool, that's exciting. Next, the next section in the documentation is scripting languages. So we're gonna be reading up on the various languages available, and which one you should use when. And then we're gonna move into actual scripting. So that's exciting. We're gonna create our script. We're gonna do a few things via scripting, and then we're also gonna listen for player input and use signals. Okay, cool. So I think after that point, because like the scripting part is important, it's important for me to know how to do scripting in Godot and how to control various things via script in Godot. And then I'm later on going to have to try and get a better understanding of the terminology and like understand the connection, how these concepts connect together. Because like so far what I've understood is you have a scene, right? A scene is like the area where you're adding objects and all, like the 3D scene. What I'm kind of confusing, what terms I'm confusing together are, well, scene and scene. Because like scene in the sense, okay, it's a 3D space or a 2D space where actually a scene can have both 2D and 3D. That's a good thing. That's a good thing about Godot. I'm still trying to understand how the 2D and 3D connect together, because like some stuff that I add in 2D, I'm not able to see it in the 3D scene. So I still need to explore that a little more. But yeah, okay, like I was saying, you have the concept of a scene. You create a new scene that scene opens up in a new tab, right? And then you can add nodes. The first node that you add, it's going to be the root node, and then everything else below that is going to be a child node of that root node. So every scene has a root node. Now, what I'm trying to sort of understand is like, okay, a bunch of nodes together in a group is also called a scene. But then this space in which we are doing stuff is also called a scene. So like that's kind of why I'm having trouble, you know, connecting the dots there. But like I'm sure once I experiment a lot more, I'll get it. That being said, let's not get carried away with chatting. At least for this event, we cannot afford to do that. With my usual streams. Oh cool, there's the notification. Hell yeah. Alright. It is time. Man, groups are a decent addition to VRChat. One of these months, I should probably get a VRC Plus subscription and like explore the various things that are available with VRC Plus. I know most of the things that are available with VRC Plus. I just never... Oh shit, I'm in the wrong category. Hold on. I just realized that. I'm supposed to be in VRChat. Because I had to change my stream details and stuff. Like stream info. Before going live. I also realized that I forgot to hit the done button before I started. So I think the VOD is going to have the wrong title. Because I hit the done button after I started the stream. So I think it's still going to have the old title, but that's not an issue. I can rename the VOD. Besides, what really matters is what the VOD title is when I upload it to YouTube. Okay, that being said, let's not get carried away. Let's you know what? We can get carried away. We can get carried away for a bit. We still have some time because fortunately we are on time today. Late by maybe a couple minutes, but that's not too bad. I started preparing half an hour before the stream, and it just things just worked out for me well today. I managed to, you know, wake up a couple hours before the stream. And so I had a chance to do a bunch of other things. How are we doing on the music? Give me a second. It's silent. What's going on? Oh, it was loading the next track. So, okay. Yesterday I played a bunch of, by the way, shout out to Machine Supremacy. I'm playing their music. Go check them out. They've got some pretty awesome music. Yesterday I played a bunch of their music, and I noticed that after I ended the stream and I checked the VOD, the Twitch copyright system, the Twitch content ID system, it muted certain parts, saying that those specific parts were copyright protected. Not the entire stream, because I was playing their music throughout the entire stream. So not all of the music, but like specific tracks. I think in total there were 3 tracks that got picked up for, you know, picked up by the content ID system. So today what I'm doing, because like I know for a fact that this band has mentioned that their music is stream safe. That being said, this band, they have been making music for a long time. Like way back in the day, a good like decade and a half ago. Also, they were pretty active. They were making a bunch of music. And like back in those days, it wasn't just like it wasn't easy for artists and bands and all to do their own thing independently. They would have to go through record labels. So a lot of the bands, they were signed with certain record labels. So eventually, when like a couple of years ago, when bands and artists started saying, hey, you can use our music, some of them also mentioned that there might be a slight complication with certain tracks, because while we are okay with the music being used on stream, the record label that's attached to this, that was attached to the creation and publishing of those specific tracks, the record label might not be okay with it. So you might run into some issues there. With more recent music, you may not necessarily have that issue, but like with older tracks, you kind of have to be careful. So here's what I've done. Oh, also, it seems like the group has moved to the first world, so we're gonna move there. So here's what I've done. Fortunately, Machine Supremacy have created a playlist on their channel called Safe for Streaming, and there's like 93 tracks of theirs in there. So I'm gonna take their word for it and see how this works out. Hopefully nothing gets, oh my god, what is it? Okay, Pizza Hub. All right, dude. Great. This is made by the architect. The architect? Hold on, dude. Oh, maybe it's someone else. There was a world that I used to frequent quite a bit back in the day. Back when I was a lot more active on VRChat, I used to frequent this world. It was a world called Create a Trip. That was the name. And that the creator of that world, their name was also something along the lines of architect. I don't remember exactly what. I can check my playlist real quick. Where was it? My Worlds, I think. Yeah, under My Worlds, I think under Creative. There it is. Create a Trip. This is the person. Architect. Okay, so it's a different person. Kind of interesting. There's only 3 of their worlds available right now. They had a lot more worlds. What group is this? House of Legends. Welcome to the House of Legends. We are all about good vibes and chill times. Let's all keep this community friendly and happy. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Okay, that being said, man, I need to spend more time on VRChat. I keep saying that, but like, I don't know, man. I don't have the time. It's kind of like, unless I'm actually doing something with my time, I'm not satisfied. Even if I'm hanging out in VRChat, I have to be doing something. I have to be doing something that I consider productive. And if I'm not doing that, then I don't want to do that activity, you know? Anyways, dude, I need to spend more time in VRChat, dude. And I'm not even talking about like on stream. I mean off stream. In fact, like even when I think about, okay, I want to spend time in VRChat, the first thing my mind goes to is, oh, maybe I could do some world building stuff. Maybe I could do some avatar building stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind that. Like I'm when I say this, it sounds like I'm complaining that, oh yeah, shit, I always have to be doing something. Like that's the way my mind works. But that has led me to being productive, and that has led me to being able to learn a lot of things and build a lot of things. The downside of that is, if unless I'm learning something or building something, I don't want to do whatever the activity is. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, we are gonna jump into Pizza Hub. I wanna look into doing some avatar creation stuff again. I haven't touched avatar creation in years at this point. So like jumping into it, it's going to be brand new for me. And at this point, like things have changed quite a bit. I barely had a chance to touch Avatars 3.0. I tried to get into it, but like I was just way too busy with world building and a bunch of other things that I wasn't able to give it enough time. So, oh, I should hydrate. Give me a second. Actually, I'm also going to get up and stretch. So give me a couple of seconds.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. Try 1 month free of charge.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I wanna do some avatar creation stuff. Just like making silly things. But what I wanna do is I wanna try and connect it to ML somehow. One idea that I had was using computer vision to do various things. So like recognize certain patterns on screen and react accordingly. Another thing could be voice speech recognition and, you know, having it interact with an LLM and stuff like that. But yeah, okay. We're gonna jump into this. Hold on. I don't remember what the situation is with the volume mixer. Is VRChat muted or... just, yeah, okay. It's muted. Though I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of curious about what the... Hold on, just a second. I'm kind of curious about what the music in this world sounds like. Let me unmute this for a tiny bit. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, let's read this first. I like the way that this UI has been laid out. That's kind of cool. The way that this has been laid out, these panels. This is a cool design. Okay, welcome to Pizza Hub. This world is inspired on a real world restaurant and bar located in Costa Rica. That's interesting. I didn't know that was... I mean, shouldn't be surprised because like I've seen a couple of other such things. I remember a barbershop. Just a second. How we doing on the volume? Check, testing, testing. I don't know if this is too loud. I mean, I don't think it's too loud. It's just, yeah, I definitely don't think it's too loud. It's just that I don't know if it's gonna be messing with the translation thing. You know, another thing I want to do, I wanna try and create my own closed captioning system. The problem is I'm not going to be able to employ any of that during VRChat streams. I can do it outside of VRChat. When I'm using any other tools like whatever, VS Code, Unity, Godot, any other program, Blender, whatever, during those sessions, I'm able to start up my my VTubing program, and because it's my VTubing program, I can add whatever features I want to it, right? So that's where I'm planning to do a bunch of these things that I have planned, including closed captioning. But I need to find a way to show it in OBS. Yeah, I need to find a way to show it in OBS. One possible solution I can think of is like, because like OBS has a browser source thing. Because okay, something I need to avoid all the time when I'm streaming VRChat specifically, or any other game for that matter, something I need to avoid is running any other programs. It's one of the reasons why I don't run my VTubing program, my VTubing app. It's because it causes frame rate drops. It doesn't cause frame rate drops for me. It causes frame rate drops for you guys on stream. So it's going to look like super choppy, depending on which world we go to. And that just ruins the viewing experience. It works fine on my end. It's just that it becomes really choppy on stream. So I need to make sure that I'm only running VRChat. Fortunately, I'm able to run the browser, which is a great thing. So I'm able to have music running. But that also means that anything that I want to do, I have to do it within the bounds, within the limits of whatever OBS allows. So like if I want to add a new feature, I have to make sure. Just a second. Okay. So yeah, if I'm doing anything, if I want to add anything that can be used during VRChat, I kind of have to make sure that it's where was my mind going with this? If I want to add anything that's going to show up during VRChat streams, I have to try and do it within the bounds of OBS or within the bounds of VRChat as well. Because like it would be convenient if I was able to set up a system within VRChat that would listen for closed captioning messages, and then I could like send them in. Actually, no, that would still be complicated. Even if I was able to do the thing within the bounds of OBS, it would still be complicated because the whole idea for me is that I need to be able to capture my mic input and then run it through a bunch of ML models for, speech recognition and then generating closed captioning and then sending it back and stuff like that. So I'm going to be running a separate Python script for that. So like, yeah, okay, that's going to introduce that's going to introduce extra load. I guess the best that we can do is hope that VRChat adds it themselves. Anyways, okay, so back to Pizza Hub. So this world is it's inspired by a real world restaurant and bar located in Costa Rica. It's a nice hangout spot where they serve food, wood-fired pizza amongst other types of food. That's interesting. Wood-fired pizza. Does that mean it's made in an oven where you have wood burning? I wonder if that, because like that kind of becomes the whole idea of tandoor. Tandoor. I don't know if you guys have heard of tandoori, tandoori chicken or tandoori this, tandoori that, naan and stuff like that. They have like a very specific smell to them, a good specific smell, and that comes from the fact that they are cooked. The heat source there is charcoal, so they get that smoky charcoal kind of flavor or smell. So I wonder if wood-fired pizza also has like that very distinct smell, not like regular gas oven kind of pizza. Okay, there's also a stage for live music performances. I have included a cross-platform URL video player. All right, cool. Uh, yeah, let's keep the graphic. I like that they've done this. They've given options. Low quality settings are recommended for Quest users and low end computers. Maybe I should be going for the low end option. You know what? Okay, let's stick with medium for now. Uh, then there's day and night. That's gonna. I think if I select automatic, it might do it based on time, and so for me, it's probably gonna select night because it's night where I am right now. Now, what does this say? If you like my VRChat worlds, please consider supporting me on Patreon and or joining my community. Your support motivates me to continue building and updating more worlds like this. Sincerely, the architect. Okay, so if anyone wants to visit this world, I haven't showed the world yet, but like, I'll show it, and I'll give a shout out right now, and then we can explore the world. So this world is called Pizza Hub, and it is made by the architect. That is this person. Uh, they also have a bunch of other worlds if you want to explore their worlds. They look pretty cool, like at least from what I'm seeing from the cover photo. Holy shit, dude. This is a hangout map I designed out of nostalgia because I missed the original Japan Shrine world from 2018. Man, there was a lot of issues surrounding that world. Apparently the world got taken down. I don't remember what the exact reason was. Maybe it was some copyright or some legal related thing. Because like what I learned is that in Japan there are certain places that you cannot record, and like you can't make media of them. You can't take photos and post them online. You can't make videos and post them online. You also can't like recreate them in digital format. For example, in VRChat, like you have to get very special permission for that, very specific permission. There are like that's a thing in Japan apparently, and I think that's one of the things that caused the issue with Japan Shrine. And it was kind of weird because like the thing got taken down, and then a bunch of people, I guess they felt rebellious, and so they started re-uploading the thing. um I don't know the exact story behind it. I don't know if that's exactly how it went down. Like people just wanted to re-upload the thing. I don't know if the original world was taken down because of some legal reasons or if it was just like a mistake. I don't know what it was, but like there was a lot of issues surrounding that world. Anyways, dude, let's get in. Let's explore this world. Okay, right off the bat, for whatever reason, this, and maybe it's the outside. Suddenly, this reminded me of like 2017 VRChat because we had some worlds like that. That were. Is there an ad going on? No, no. But the ad will be starting in like a minute, or maybe in 2 minutes. I don't know. But yeah, I remember a couple of worlds like this that had. Wait, am I seeing like a frame rate drop here? Oh, should I turn the graphics even lower? Hold on, dude. Let's respawn. Let's go lower, and now let's start. Are we better now? I mean, we're probably better because I think they turned off post-processing. Like, I'm seeing the color grading gone. Anyways, yeah, this suddenly reminded me of like 2017, 2018 VRChat, because a couple of worlds they had like this kind of skybox outside, or this kind of environment outside. This isn't just a skybox. There's a lot going on here. This is like actual meshes and stuff. I like that they added cars down there. It adds a bit of a dynamic aspect. Okay, there's an ad playing. So we are gonna chill out for 30 seconds. I'm gonna take a sip of my energy drink and oh, I also need to hydrate. So yeah, I guess I'll use this time to do that. Alright, welcome back. Man, okay, looking at this is... Oh, that's a mirror. Okay. Looking at this world is... It is nostalgic for some reason, dude. Just the way that everything is set up here. This is nostalgic. I mean, it's nostalgic. It's nostalgic to me for reasons other than what the world creator intended. It's still nostalgic, dude. Like, it is. This is a nice spot. This is cool, dude. So they mentioned that this is inspired by a real world location. So I'm guessing the real world location looks something similar to this, if not exactly like this. Oh, wait a minute. Is this from the actual location? Pizzeria and bar. Yeah, this is a real world photo. Are these all real world photos? Holy shit, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's check out all the photos. Nice, dude. Dude, I should make pizza one of these days. I haven't made pizza in ages. One of the reasons is because like I hate having to make the dough. I would prefer to get the... I mean, as nice as homemade dough may be, it's also time consuming, and I don't want to put the time into making dough. Just quite frankly, I don't want to do that. I would prefer to get the ready-made pizza crust and put all the toppings that I want on that and then bake it that way. Though, because of how lazy I am about making dough, that caused me to look into easier dough recipes, and that led me to learning about... This was years ago, so like I've known this for years, and back in the day I did it a couple of times. There's something called bannock. It's a Canadian bread, and the bannock recipe is much simpler than regular bread recipe. For one thing, it does not involve putting yeast into mixing yeast into the bread. It does not, if I remember right, it also doesn't, because you're not mixing yeast into it, so it also doesn't involve a rising process. Like with regular bread, you mix the dough, you knead the dough, and then you have to leave it to rise. I don't remember how much time you have to leave it for, but like eventually the thing rises. And then you come back and you knead it some more, and after that you can put it for baking. This is all very time consuming process, not to mention super fucking messy. I don't want to do any of that. Bannock, on the other hand, pretty it's still a little bit messy, but the preparation process is not as much of a headache. Dude, don't get me wrong, I've made homemade bread before, and let me tell you, homemade bread, just you cannot get anything as good as that in any bakery or restaurant or whatever. Sure, you can go into a bakery and get like fresh baked bread. That was, for whatever reason, hard to say. But yeah, you can go into a bakery and get freshly baked bread, and that tastes and smells amazing, like when it's fresh out of the oven. But dude, for whatever reason, maybe it's just me, but like home cooked bread, amazing. Wow. I'm not even an expert in making bread, and even I feel like I've made good bread. Man, this looks like a fancy place. Like, is this place really up on like a high rise? Holy shit, dude. That's interesting. That is so this might be like a bit of a pricey place as well. Man, look at that. Look at that. I'm guessing that's a shrimp pizza because I'm seeing shrimp pieces there. But this is a nice simple recipe. You know, like pizza sauce, some herbs, uh, including basil, and then put some cheese on there, and that's perfect. Give me a second. I'm trying to convert these prices in my head. I'm assuming this is in dollars. I think it's in dollars. I'm not sure, cause like I don't know if it's in dollars or if it's in the local currency of Costa Rica. I don't know what their local currency is. Let me Google it. Okay. Once I get out of this little mistake that I made, I hate the fact that these keyboards, they have, well, I mean, in a way, like they're convenient as well, sure, but like sometimes they can just be annoying. Um, these many of these keyboards, they come with multimedia keys on top, and they're convenient for various things, but they also have sleep and power off keys. And when you accidentally press those, shit happens. That's annoying. So I need to look into like turning those options off so I don't accidentally do it. For whatever reason, I just don't remember to do it. Like just now the thing happened and I'm still not going to do it. I've just kept the thing aside. Okay, yeah. The issue got solved that I'd caused by hitting the button. Okay. Um, Let me Google that. Not that it matters too much to the discussion that was going on. Oh, it's a country in Central America. Okay. It's, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but it looks like Cologne? Colion? I don't know. It's spelled like colon, but like the second O has like a little apostrophe on it, so like it has a different sound. I'm not sure what the sound is. Oh, let me get Google to pronounce it. Okay, never mind. We're focusing on the wrong thing here. Are these interactive? Like, are there like more floors here? We haven't explored everything just yet. Okay, so these are the toilets. Okay. Cool. Nice. You know, it's kind of interesting. Where I live, you notice how there's only toilet paper here? Where I live, it's standard it's standard practice to wash yourself down there after, taking a dump. And so where I live, usually like any toilet that you go to, there's going to be a bidet shower, like a handheld spray that you can use. So like I enter one of these toilets and I see, oh, it's just this. But because like in that moment, I don't remember that, yeah, the US is one of those countries where the toilet paper method is a lot more common, right? So instantly I'm like, oh shit, there's something missing there. And then I'm like, oh yeah, okay. That's just what they do. Like that's their common practice. Anyways, carrying on. Dude, I wonder if they actually have like this bonfire in the place. Like inside the place. It's kind of interesting how they've got like a mixture of the outside and the inside. And I wonder if it's like in reality, if it's like this, or if there's like gates. Let's see where the rest of the group is. Oh shit, okay, they've jumped to the next world called Connect. Oh, this looks interesting, dude. Holy shit, this is made by XR Sharp Razor. Let's go. This person, from what I understand, they're studying architecture or have studied architecture. And so the stuff that they make is, it usually has like very interesting designs. We'll explore this place a little more. Let's see if we missed anything. Is there anything back here? I guess not. Oh, also before we leave, I want to take a look at what the high graphics version looks like. Oh wow, okay, I can already feel. Okay, so I think there's real-time lighting going on maybe. There's also like color grading and like other post-processing effects going on. So I'm guessing that kind of stuff is what contributes to the lag. It also makes it look a lot better, but like, contributes to the lag as well. That being said, if you want to come check out this world, the world is called Pizza Hub and it is made by the architect. So come check it out. We are going to jump to Connect, which is a world made by XR Sharp Razor. Oh, this is a Community Meetup edition, so I'm guessing this world hasn't been released. Yeah, okay. Cool, so we are getting a chance to see it. Oh, this is going to take a bit to download. All right, let's just wait. How are we doing with the music? Give me a second. Let me put on my earphones. All right, cool. Oh man, look at this. Already we've got this nice view. I think we are elevated. Yeah, we are on like a higher platform. Holy shit, dude. Oh, lag. Wait, is there any way uh oh, this is clever. Are these menu options? Oh, I was about to say, oh, this is clever. This is how they're showing displaying the menu and stuff. Apparently those aren't menu options. But dude, look at the aesthetic here. This is super interesting. It's always interesting to see XR Sharp Razor's worlds. Oh, this is nice. It's like a greenhouse kind of thing. Okay. What's the message here? Okay, yeah. That's funny. But this is a drum pad, so like if I hit any of these keys, it's probably gonna make... Oh, probably these are gonna make sound as well. Hold on. Let me... That's cool. Hell yeah, dude. That's cool. Oh wow, look at that. Can we go there? Can we jump down? Man, okay, we can explore all of this. Yo, you guys need to come check... Oh, actually, you can't check out the world just yet, but I'm guessing they're gonna release it at some point, maybe. For now, you can enjoy it through my stream. Oh man, look at this. Look at this view. Wait, but I came down in like a weird way. I wonder if there's... This is interesting. I thought this was an elevator. That's why I came here. What is going on here? Let's watch the entire animation. Okay, that's cool, dude. This is a clever way of animating plants in a more cheaper way, in a more optimized way, because these are all flat meshes. These are all flat meshes, but they're being deformed in various ways, like, rotated and scaled and moved around here and there. So it creates this interesting effect. But yeah, okay, I came down here by just jumping down. I wonder if there's like a elevator or something that brings us down. That's cool. They've got fireflies here as well. I just noticed that. Hold on. Let's keep up with the group because we were already late to come here. So I'm wondering if they're almost done in this world or. Also, I haven't looked at the list of today's worlds. Oh, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot of people today. So we have XR Sharp Razor, then we have Dyslexic, and then we have Novado. I think I read that right. Novado. No, okay, that's 66. Okay, I thought that was DO. It's Nova 66. I wonder what these numbers mean, because there was a number on the other one as well. Okay, let's respawn and see if there's like a proper way to get down, because like I just jumped down. What is this? Need a topic? I can help. I'll shut up if you pat me. How do I pat you? Is there a separate thing for patting? Okay. Is there anything else that can... Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, this is how... Okay. Choose one to prefer. Dawn, morning, so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. Okay. Let's try another topic. Got any plans for the weekend? Oh, this is cool. So, like, if you're here with someone and you're looking for topics to talk about, this thing can throw up random topics for you. Wait, is this like a fur shader that they used? Kind of seems like it. But hey, dude, XR Sharp Razor did a pretty awesome job with this. I don't know if they are the only ones who worked on it or if they had like a team with them that helped them with this, but either way, great job. Oh, okay, so here's something. Man, there's so much to explore here. Holy shit. There was something to interact with. What was that? Okay. So here we can go lower. Is this the elevator? Oh, this is an elevator. Oh, man. Okay, so this is how you get down. Man, the view from here is amazing. Like this, whatever is going on here, just wow. Also, I just realized this is meant to be water. And here it says 270. I wonder if this is like, because the other one said, I think it said 90. So I'm wondering if it's like a whole 360-degree thing. So you have like 45, 90, I think 135, 180, and then whatever is between that, and then 270, and then 360. Well, okay, there might not be 45 then. It might be 90, 180, 270, 360. Let's walk over to the next one and see what the number is. So we were at 270. And this is 330. Okay, that was 330 and now this is just 30. So I think 360 was somewhere in between. That's interesting. All right, this is cool, dude. If you guys want to check out this world, the world hasn't been released just yet, but be on the lookout. This world is called DSR08KT. I think there's going to be a better name for it. I think it's going to be called Connect later on. And this world is made by XR Sharp Razor. So yeah, in the meantime, you can check out their other worlds because they've made a bunch of pretty cool worlds. That being said, the group has not jumped yet. So what are we gonna do? We can remain here. We can go back home, I guess. Because the group has to jump to Dyslexic's world next. Yeah, I just had to make sure that the music was still going. Apparently the music stopped at some point. It paused, which, you know, YouTube does every now and then. Also, give me a second, I need to hydrate. I think I missed my previous hydration break. I don't remember. I think, maybe. Man, this was a fun experiment. This was a fun experiment, dude. Working on this thing. Give me a second. Just a second, guys. I'm just doing something. All right, let's carry on exploring. Now, if the group hasn't jumped yet, we can probably pick a random world to go to in the meantime while they finish their thing. So let's pick a random world. Actually, there was a world by... Wait, what is this? VR Canvas. A persistent collaborative pixel drawing canvas shared between all instances. Oh, holy shit. Okay, cool. In other words, our place in VRChat. I didn't know that other people were also doing this. I just found out about this. Holy shit, dude. I wonder how long this world has been around. Like, has it... This was published last month. Oh shit, dude. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm still super curious about like how they go about implementing this. Also, I'm glad that VRChat eventually added this thing, because I remember this used to be a huge problem. If your world description ended up being too long, it would just get cut off and like nobody would be able to read whatever else you've written. There was also no scrolling. So it was kind of annoying, but like now we have this. Oh, yeah, we were supposed to explore. So, oh, wait, interesting. Am I on this VRChat variety box? Is that what I'm on right now? Which section am I on? Oh, yeah, okay, it says VRChat variety. Is that just for me to click? No, it says VRChat, VRCat's variety box. Okay. So I wanted to check out... Wait, is this the one by Dr. Morrow? Yeah. I remember back in the very first world by Dr. Morrow that I'd seen. It was this amazing... I think it was called Obsidian? Olympia, I think. I think it was Olympia. Not Knights. It was the very first... This one. At least this one was like based in... It was done in daytime. Yeah. This is from... This is from 2021. Wait, this says cave. Visit the Olympia Nights. I wonder if it was Olympia Nights, because like the world that I visited didn't have like... Maybe it had like a day-night cycle going on, but it wasn't necessarily always night. So I don't remember. The size checks out. Because I remember the world being like slightly big, but at the same time, dude, for the size that you are seeing, the world is actually really... It is massive, and it performed so well. It also looks amazing, which was just like... That was the very first world of Dr. Morrow that I'd seen. I don't know if they had made more worlds before that or if that was their first world, but then after that, what I'd seen was Organism. I never went to this world, but I pointed other friends of mine to this world, so it was interesting seeing them go through it. Epilogue. Epilogue is the backstory of Organism. Here's the first chapter. Oh yeah, okay. I remember Organism had some sort of like... Some sort of like game, not game necessarily, but it was an experience. It was like... What do you call those things? Like, it's like you go through the experience and there's like progression. It had like some kind of progression in it. We've spent some time talking here, so now... Okay. So we are moving on to the next world, a community meetup world made in less than a day. So this is a world called Frost, made by Dyslexic. We are gonna jump into it. Okay, right off the bat, I like the aesthetic going on here. Like whatever environment we are in right now, I like the way that this is set up. Now, what are we supposed to do here? Oh, dude, one of these days I should spend some time working on. I think at one point in time I did work on a small client that could send OSC messages, and I was using that for like auto run and stuff like that. I think I should work on another one, but this time using the OSC. I think it was called OSC Core. I don't remember. It was the one that Stella had made, and that's also the one that the VRC devs used to add OSC support. Later on, I think they used they added later on. I think they used something else as well, something to do with OSC query. I haven't fully understood the idea behind that, behind how it works, not behind why they implemented it, but like behind the what is the idea with. You know what? Okay, uh, we can look that up real quick. OSC query, because I remember reading up on it, and I kind of understood, but not all that much. Uh, a draft of a proposal for an OSC query protocol. Okay, so the goal is to establish a protocol that allows a client to browse and interact with a remote server's OSC address space. Okay. The protocol should be capable of both describing the address space's structure/layout, as well as the types of messages that that destinations in the OSC address space are capable of both sending and receiving. Okay, this protocol should be easily human readable to facilitate debugging, and should have a standard set of errors to describe commonly encountered problems. The intent of this goal is to provide baseline functionality that other developers may take advantage of to construct impromptu or improvisational interfaces for dynamic environments. All right. Okay. I still don't fully understand. Like, I kind of get the idea behind OSC address space. Like, the space part is what I don't fully understand. I understand the idea behind an OSC address. The address is like basically what you are trying to think of it as. Think of it as like hitting an API endpoint, and or think of it as calling a function and sending a value along with it if you need to. Um, that's how it works right now with just plain OSC, the plain OSC implementation. I'm trying to understand exactly what OSC query tries to solve. So, okay, there's some background information mentioned here. Some definitions copied from the OSC spec. An OSC server has a set of OSC methods. Okay. OSC methods are the potential destinations of OSC messages received by the OSC server and correspond to each of the points of control that the application makes available. That makes sense with you so far. Invoking an OSC method is analogous to a procedure call. It means supplying the method with arguments and causing the method's effect to take place. All right, yeah, that makes sense. So you basically send an OSC message. In the OSC message, you have to mention the address and the data as well. I don't remember if the data is part of the address or not, but you can send data as well. The entire message, it's like they've like the way that the protocol works, like they have like a proper structure, a proper format for it. So like I don't remember exactly what the format is, but like you have the address, you have the data type, and then you have the data, and you can also, I believe, you can also send blobs, binary blobs, if you need to. So you're not just limited to regular data types. There's also like slight advanced implementations of it, but like the base implementation is this. And then of course you create an OSC server that implements an architecture that allows the client, an OSC client, to just send a message and any data along with that message if relevant. Within the message there'll be the address. The address is the method name that you're going for. But the great thing about addresses is they don't have to be one name only. The address actually looks like a path, like a file path, for example. So it'll be something slash something slash something. That that that's how you can have. Because of that, you can have like slightly more sophisticated addresses. You're not limited to just one word. You can have like whole directories of them. So that's quite powerful. That's quite useful. Okay. Uh, Next point, an OSC server's OSC methods are arranged in a tree structure. Okay, all right. So that directory that I was just talking about, somehow it didn't occur to me that that would be called the address space. Because like I was thinking about address space, and I kept thinking about like memory address space. I was trying to imagine it from that point of view, like memory address space, when you're talking about like uh, with programs. Programs, when you launch a program, every program has like its own address space assigned by the OS. So like I was imagining it from that point of view. Okay, now an OSC server's OSC methods are arranged in a tree structure called an OSC address space. Okay, this leaves no, the leaves of this tree are the OSC methods, and the branch nodes are called OSC containers. I don't think I knew that. Yeah, I never thought about like what the directories would be called. So like in this case, branches. And well, like this says, it's called OSC container. Here are some existing proposed specs for OSC. Okay, let's now that we've understood this, let's go back to the goal. The goal is to establish a protocol that allows a client to browse and interact with a remote server's OSC address space. It allows you to, oh, it allows you to browse and interact. Does this mean that you can browse and change the address space if necessary? Is that a thing? The protocol should be capable of both describing the address space's structure slash layout, as well as the types of messages that destinations in the OSC address space are capable of both sending and receiving. The protocol should be easily human readable and facilitate debugging. Okay, so what I'm getting so far is that you can use OSC query to essentially query the address space to get an idea of the entire tree structure. What, like, is that the only thing that we are using it for? Let me see if other people have described some. Okay, you know what? VRChat has docs on it as well because they implemented OSC query as well. I'm still waiting for them to implement OSC in Worlds, dude. Okay. VRChat implements the OSC query specifications as of release 2023.3.1. This protocol enables OSC applications to more easily find each other. Learn about each other's capabilities. Okay, that's something that you cannot do with just the OSC protocol. Like you need to know the design beforehand. Okay, okay. And automatically configure themselves so that users don't have to mess around with IP addresses and ports. Oh, that's interesting. So OSC query allows OSC query doesn't this mean that OSC query allows applications to find other OSC capable applications on the network? But not only that, also understand, like, basically query their entire OSC address space. Okay, as a user of an OSC application, check the instructions for that application to see if it supports OSC query, and any setup you need to do. OSC application developers can read about connecting with VRChat over OSC query, or integrating our open source C# library for OSC query. Okay, let's take a look at both of these. Oh, dude, okay, it just clicked. I think this is slowly leading up to world OSC for worlds. I think, because like this kind of stuff, I can definitely see it being useful when it comes to OSC for worlds. Because like, how do I put this? Like, here's what I'm imagining. Like, I'm just getting ideas here. Imagine you are in a world, right? And the world has implemented OSC, different types of OSC addresses. Um, you would need to dynamically be able to change your addresses. Like, or, well, let's say you're in a world that has OSC. Let's say you're in a world that I actually cannot remember right now if we can already have custom OSC addresses or not. Like, how do they do the OSC avatar stuff? Give me a second. I'm just looking this up. Avatar parameters, OSC as input. So the input controllers and the trackers and eye tracking and all that, those will be like set by VRChat. I don't think they allow us to set those. But avatar parameters, are we able to describe them or set them ourselves? Or is it like limited to specific ones which we have to respect? I'm not getting too much from this documentation. But okay, so here's my, like, what I was talking about with OSC for worlds. Also, it seems like I missed my hydration break, so give me a second. Let me take a sip of water, then I can talk more. Also, we should probably jump to the next world because I've been here for a bit, and they've probably jumped to the next world, which is Space 1999 Moonbase Alpha. Space 1999 is a classic science fiction television show produced by Gary and Sylvia Anderson in the mid 1970s. Oh, so this was their version of futuristic space, I'm guessing. From the expansive Moonbase Alpha to the iconic Eagle transporter, the world attempts to reproduce the wonder that I felt as a child. Oh man. Okay. So they're trying to recreate that whole environment, and it probably has like nostalgic value to it. Like, I'm not going to be able to appreciate the nostalgic value because like I never watched this show, but I can definitely appreciate the fact, oh my god, that is big. That is, oh. So we're going to be here for a bit. So let me take a sip of water, and then I'm going to talk about the OSC thing that I was talking about. Also, makes sense that this world was, the last world, because they like to keep the big worlds for the end. All right, so here's what I was saying, right? Assuming I've understood exactly what the idea behind OSC query is. Let's say VRChat implemented OSC for worlds, right? Let's say creators are able to they're able to create custom OSC addresses, and you can use those OSC addresses to send OSC messages that would be accepted and processed when you are in this world specifically. Now keep in mind, you are in this world and you are sending messages based on the addresses that this world creator has set, right? These messages, these addresses, or this entire address space doesn't make sense in any other world. It makes sense in this world, right? Because there's a system in this world that has been programmed to process those specific addresses. Unless the creator mentions what kind of addresses they are, or exactly what the addresses are, first of all, you're not going to know unless the creator mentions it somewhere, right? So that's your first issue. The second issue is you would have to manually configure whatever your application is, whatever your OSC application is. You would have to manually configure it to send. You would have to manually configure it so it can send messages to those specific addresses, and also send those specific data types that those addresses require, right? So already you have like a complication there. There's a bunch of like manual stuff that has to be done. It can't be dynamic. Now this is where, if I'm understanding OSC query correctly, this is where OSC query can solve that issue, because the application that you are using, your application could be programmed to dynamically how do I put this? Your application can be programmed. I know the world is loaded, but like I'm going to finish talking and then we'll load in. So actually this world might be big, so let's start the load. No, it might, if it freezes, then it might cut off what I'm saying. Okay. So your application can dynamically read all of the addresses that this system, whatever the world you're in, it can dynamically read all of those messages or all of those addresses, and then it can assign those addresses and their data types to specific controls that you have set up. So this way, let's say you created, let's say you've created a set of 4 buttons. You can set it up so it automatically reprograms those 4 buttons based on which world you are in. So that way you don't have to manually enter the address and the data types. Right? If I'm understanding OSC query correctly, I think OSC query can solve this problem, and holy shit, that's genius, dude. That is crazy. That is genius. That is actually genius. So like there's going to be a whole lot more dynamic programming going on there. Like you don't have to manually configure it. Dynamically, it'll be automatically configured. I'm sure there's going to be, actually there might already be people who have set up something like that. Now I need to look into how things are set up in avatars. Like, are you actually able to specify custom addresses or not? See, this is one of the reasons I'm glad that I tried to implement the OSC protocol myself as well. Like at one point in time, I tried to do that. And I was successful to a certain extent. I didn't try to implement a server. I tried to implement a client. Or rather, I should say, well, yeah, I tried to implement a client. my main aim there was to be able to construct the message myself. Like, be able to construct the message exactly according to the OSC protocol, so that when I send that message to an OSC server, it gets accepted. And yeah, dude, to a certain extent, I was successful in doing that. So I was satisfied with that. And then I decided, okay, now that I'm satisfied with my own, having learned a lot about this protocol, because like when I try to implement this stuff myself, that's when I get to learn that, hey, yeah, these are the bits and pieces that make up this system. At least that's how my mind works. I kind of have to implement it myself. It does end up wasting some time because I have to implement this stuff. I have to study it first and then implement it, and it usually takes me a couple of weeks. Let's put it that way. Not just a couple of days. I had to do the same thing with GLTF, which is why I made a GLTF importer, and that is how I was able to appreciate the idea behind GLTF. That being said, I'm not going to be doing that for every single format and every single protocol ever. Somewhere along the line, I learned how to just understand the concepts, understand the idea behind it, and not try to implement the protocol myself, not try to implement the file format myself. Because like these are two different things. Actually implementing the protocol, implementing the file format, and using the protocol or using the file format. These are two different things. So you need to see where your priorities lie. If you do not need to manually implement it, if you do not need to implement the protocol from scratch, don't implement it from scratch because you're going to waste a lot of time. Now, if you're doing it for learning, by all means, do that. But like if you have some project, if you have some work for which you are trying to use this, don't waste your time. Use a library that does this for you, and quite often you do end up finding open source libraries that do this for you. That's one of the reasons why, like, the fact that Stella made this OSC core library back in the day, they made it like, dude, years ago. I remember because like I follow Stella on Twitter. Back in the day, this person, by the way, they worked for Unity. They worked for Unity's I forgot what it's called, but it was an XR lab. It was some kind of research lab within Unity itself. But like this was their lab where they would do all sorts of like, experiments and research and learning about various things. And you would sometimes see like them releasing white papers and stuff like that, explaining a bunch of things. It was pretty interesting. Like tech that you would eventually see coming out as like a final product a year or two or maybe a couple of years later, you would get a chance to see it early on through this lab. That being said, you would also get a chance to see tech that doesn't necessarily always, get released. That's kind of the whole idea with the lab. They do a lot of experimentation and research and stuff. Anyways, this person worked for Unity, and they worked in the I can't remember exactly what it was. It was the AR or XR lab, one of these two. But anyways, they made the OSC core library back in the day. This was like years ago. Years before VRChat started using OSC. Back in the day, I didn't fully understand the idea behind OSC. I was still like, pretty early in my, how do I put this? I still had like a lot to learn. I was slowly understanding how systems work, and I hadn't been introduced a whole lot to protocols, the idea behind protocols. It's interesting, like once you understand the idea behind protocols and formats, you can appreciate the various different protocols and formats and why they're necessary, why they're set up the way that they're set up, why we have, okay, there's an ad playing. Okay, I'll take this opportunity to hydrate again. All right, welcome back. So I'm not gonna turn on the world sounds in this world because I don't know if they've maybe added music and stuff. I don't want to risk anything there. But at the same time, like if there is, because like I want to be able to appreciate the sound design that somebody might have put time and effort into. You know, I don't want to just ignore that because it does add to the experience. Man, I should explore VR chat more. Holy shit. I don't explore VRChat nearly as much as I used to. Damn, dude. I at one point in time I tried to do this thing where I would at the start of every stream I would visit. Oh, I'd even said that like I had this plan that yeah I would at the start of every stream I would open up VRChat and visit at least three worlds, explore three worlds, and after that we could carry on doing whatever we had planned to do. Um, I don't remember what made me not do that. I think it was the fact that like my system is not that strong. So like for example running via wow, this looks nice, dude. Why am I not able to move? Wait, did I pick up the wrong keyboard? I think I picked up the wrong key. Yeah, okay, I picked up the wrong keyboard. Okay. Yeah, what was I saying? Shit, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I remember I was saying something about like, oh yeah, my system is not that strong, right? So when I start up VR chat, first of all, starting off VR chat, it's it's heavy on my system. Then when I close VR chat, that's also a little heavy on my system. Somewhere in between this, the system could there is always that possibility that the system could hang and or well, not it's not going to hang right away. It's just that are we looking at a mirror right now? No, we are not. Okay. We'll explore this place. Dude, I like the shading going on here. I like the shading going on here. Okay. So, anyways, um, yeah, there is a possibility that somewhere in between this, my system could start to have issues, meaning the moment I close VR chat, uh, things are not going to work properly anymore. And I'm going to need to basically, once that issue starts, then I have to restart my system. And I cannot afford to do that when I'm streaming because, well, stream is going to end, right? So that was one of the reasons why I decided not to do it. I think another reason might have just been that I don't know. I just moved on from that idea. But like each time I come back to VR chat, I remember, man, I used to love exploring all of the worlds in VR chat. This was like back in the day. This was a couple years ago. I when I used to like frequent my friends' streams quite a lot. Um, these days, like I'm still in touch with them every now and then. When I get a chance, I also check out their streams every now and then. But like some of my friends, I don't get a chance to check out their streams all that much. At least not as much as I used to. Um, I remember I used to recommend. I used to be the one to recommend new worlds to people to check out. Like this was back when like you had a lot of worlds coming out, but like at the same time the volume of worlds wasn't like so massive. The amount of worlds that were coming out, it wasn't like that big of a number. Now it is a crazy number. We have like a lot of new worlds coming out, which is a great thing, dude. It is amazing. It is amazing seeing all of the creations that people have made, and because of the because of how widely spread VRChat has become, it's now gotten more adoption and a lot more places are using it. A lot of different parts of the world are using it. Like there are like sub communities in VRChat. It's not just the Western community, not just the English speaking community. There's a lot of different languages as well. You have like the Middle Eastern community, the Japanese community. Um, Pretty sure you have a bunch of other communities as well. There's even like smaller communities like actually not small by any means, but like specifically people speaking those languages, the size of the community might not be as big in VRChat, but like there are people there. So like Italian, um, I'm having trouble thinking of. I'm sure I'm sure there's a Russian community as well here. Um, sure there must be German community, Korean community. There's a lot of different communities, and they're like not by any means. It's not by any means a smaller number. It's probably not as big a number as the number of English speakers. The Japanese community could like compete in that regard. Like the Japanese community is massive. That's like a whole other side of VR chat. I know this because like I've attended some events, some Japanese events, or well, some yeah, Japanese events. I was trying to think of a proper way to describe it. I've attended world creator events by Japanese creators that were showcasing worlds made by Japanese creators. And dude, like they make some amazing shit. Like it is, wow, it is crazy. In fact, a lot of creators in or at least like the people from the technical side of VR chat, they'll also tell you that you get to see some crazy shit coming from the Japanese community. Like in terms of like technical stuff. Granted, not all of it is necessarily always performance friendly, but like it is innovative as shit. It is crazy innovative and creative. Like it is wow. You get to see some amazing stuff from the Japanese community, and not just technical. I'm pretty sure there's like a lot of amazing artistic stuff that you get to see as well. But like I've focused on the technical stuff, so like I've seen a lot of the technical stuff, and this is not just specific to VR chat. This is also like even Unity in general. The Japanese Unity community, you get to see some crazy shit coming from there. It is insane. That being said, let's explore this world. Um, man, talking is it's starting to like now the issue I'm having is not it's not like stress on the vocal cords. Now it's an issue of like neck muscles tightening as I'm talking. It's like I don't know how to explain it. It's fine. It's not that bad though. Like it's just a bit weird. Dude, I like the shading. Was something flying there? No, okay. All right. I like the shading in this world. I like the way that they've set this whole thing up. Oh, was there another part loading somewhere? Am I supposed to click on something here? Wall light diffuse color. Okay. Wall light. Oh, is it this? Is it this that's changing? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. And then Eagle transporter pods, rescue pod on, passenger pod on, rescue, VIP pod, all pods. Okay. All right. Let's change this to peach. Okay, let's try. Interesting. Though I feel like maybe it's just the fact that I saw the white first. I feel like the white it like fits in with this aesthetic. I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that I saw white first. The others they have like a nice funky thing going on. Oh, what is that? Hold up. Can we actually see that? Wait, I wanna make sure I explain. Okay. I want to make sure I explore everything. Earth globe, moon globe. Are we able to see something outside? Oh, okay, so there's planets outside. Oh, is this the globe they're talking about? So what if I change? I like that they allow you to customize the environment to a certain extent. Let's change it to moon globe. Oh yeah, there it is. That's cool. And then we have Space 1999 photos. Oh, okay, that's interesting. They've got photos like flying around. They're just like floating around. Wow, holy shit. They really oh, okay. I like that they've placed the photos properly to show comparison between their work and what was in the series itself. Wow, holy shit. They did a good job like recreating this thing. That's not easy, dude. Hell yeah. Wait, are we in like oh, that's cool. We are in like a low gravity kind of situation. That's cool. But yeah, dude, it's kind of cool that they've recreated this thing like pretty well. Even if it wasn't dude, if it wasn't a recreation, this would be like even more impressive coming up with like this kind of a design and all that. But like even as a recreation, it is it's pretty cool. I just realized there's a you hear recreation and then recreation. Recreation, it's more of like a rest and relaxation and stuff like that, recreational activity. But then recreation, oh, maybe recreation has like re-hyphen creation. Maybe that's what it is. Because like if they're spelled the exact same way and then they sound different. I mean, with English has like a lot of weird quirks like this. It wouldn't be like the first thing. English is a weirdly designed language. Coming from someone who has spoken English pretty much his entire life, and speaks English better than he speaks his own native language. Like I can speak my own native language, I can read and write, I can have conversations and all, but I'm way more comfortable with English, right? Take it from me, English has like a lot of weird things going on. Like a good I think the best way somebody put it on Reddit, English is like a hodgepodge of a bunch of different languages. They've taken words from a lot of different languages, and because of that, suddenly things don't make sense here. Like you look at if I say the word site, you wouldn't know if I'm talking about a construction site, your eyesight, or citing your sources, because like all those words are spelled differently, but they sound the exact same. There's a lot of such things. You look at the words sea and sea, like sea as in ocean, and seeing as in seeing something. Those also sound the exact same. And then you have stuff like pharmacy spelled with a ph, so ph and f have the exact same sound. There's a lot of stuff like I don't know why how I got oh recreation. Let me just look up that word. Hold on. Oh, okay. So I think it's recreation, the state or instance of creating. Yeah. Okay. So recreation and recreation, they're two different things. Recreation has a hyphen. Okay. So it's not one of the many weird things of English. Are we able to explore outside? Like there's so much. This is so nicely made that I want to look at every single thing here, even though I'm not going to understand too much of what's going on. This is so nicely. Is this like a schematic of the? Oh! Easy, easy. I didn't mean to throw that. That's interesting. This is like a clipboard, but it has some extra stuff. Is this meant to be a clipboard or is this meant to be something else? Because I'm seeing like a bunch of like meters and stuff. Okay, so where are we right now? Are we on some sort of space station or is this like a base that we've made on a planet? I think this might be a base on a planet. I don't know if we can explore the planet or not, but like they mentioned something about a pod. Are we able to go into these rooms? Computer room, top security area. I think these are all like server racks because like you see this kind of stuff with servers quite a bit. It's kind of interesting with servers the way it works, like the way their architecture is set up. At least like in the recent years. Actually, to be honest, even like a decade ago, um, they started setting servers up in a way that you could you could switch out parts a lot more easily than you can do with your regular computers. Like with regular computers, it's not really advisable to, for example, disconnect a hard drive while the computer is running, or disconnect the GPU while it's running. Right, with servers you have okay, I'm not saying specifically GPUs, but like certain hardware components, they can actually be disconnected while the server is running, and the server is able to switch to a different um, equal hardware. So in the case of hard drives, for example, it can switch to like a different hard drive and start using that hard drive instead of this one. Maybe there's a bit of a setup that you have to do before you disconnect it. I don't know. I haven't worked with servers like ever, so I can't say, but like I know that you can like disconnect things from servers without having to restart the servers, because the whole idea with the server is that you don't want downtime. If you have to turn the server off, it's a problem. The server is usually, it's meant to be, well, serving. It's meant to be running some kind of service. Maybe a website, maybe a data center, maybe anything else, right? So you don't want the server to ever be down. But yeah, just I've always found it interesting that you can like, I think the the closest term for that would be hot swapping. Like you can swap out hardware very easily. Wait, what is this? Living quarters. Okay. I'm like super interested in knowing like, are any of the buttons interactive? Because like, dude, this looks amazing. The way that this is made, I'm barely even, why did that cause me to like ride up? I didn't hit I didn't hit uh oh, why is this causing me to ride up? Yeah, what's going on here? I'm not jumping, but this is making me jump. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, okay, like I was saying, I'm not like remotely interested in like whatever field this is, like the whole idea with this. Like I'm interested in space stuff, but like I'm not remotely interested in the stuff that's going on here. It's just like the way everything is set up is amazing, and the aesthetic is wow. It's I can appreciate what they've done here. This is crazy. What is this for? Oh, maybe for like phone calls and stuff. TV13. Video booth data transmission rates are subject to personal type 2 data allotment. Solar flare activity will result in bandwidth throttling. I just realized that music was supposed to be playing. I don't know if the music is still playing. So I'm going to check that. I think YouTube might have paused it. I just realized that because I don't have my earphones on, so like I'm not listening. By the way, shout out to Machine Supremacy. Go check out their music. They make some pretty awesome music. Okay, give it a second. It is loading the next video. Actually, I think it'll take care of itself. Right. Now, why am I lost here? Oh, everything froze. Okay, yeah, we are good. Yeah, why am I lost here all of a sudden? Okay, here we are. So computer room, and then this is where this leads. Are we able to go out? That's cool. They have like a separate restaurant section. Yeah, are we able to go out? Or is this pods thing just more of like an aesthetic thing? Because like we were able to choose what types of pods we were able to see. Oh, what if I select all pods there? All right. Now let's see if we're able to see all the pods. Okay, there's a different pod. There's got to be one more pod. I'm guessing once that one leaves, we'll see the other one coming around here. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that's the same one. Okay, I'm not sure if there's gonna be different ones. Or maybe I just need to wait. Oh, I've set it to all pods off. Oh shit. Okay. I thought that was all pods on. Okay, fine. That's cool. Oh, now I get it. So the pod is the thing attached to this ship. So what we're gonna see is it's gonna be different depending on what I select. So we have seen what the VIP pod. Then we're gonna look at. We already saw rescue pod. Let's take a look at passenger pod. Give it a couple of seconds. Oh, there it is. All right, cool. But yeah, dude, if you guys want to come check out this world, the creator has done a great job with it. This world is called Space 1999 Moonbase Alpha, and the world is made by Nova underscore 66. That is this person. Holy shit, this is their first world. Wow, dude. This is their first world. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wait, I didn't notice this. There's like we can see. Okay, I mean there isn't like too much to look at, but like it's still cool that we can see it. But yeah, dude, come check out this world. That being said, the community meetup is over. I'm pretty sure like they are doing their social segment now. Uh, I'm curious if there's more to this because like yeah, I'm really curious if I've missed something. Like I don't want to miss anything from the world, but like I don't know if there's anything more to look at because like I don't know if we are able to go out. I don't know if there's more levels to this. Because like some doors we are able to go through, some of them are locked. But like I have to test each one of them because even some of the ones that you cannot, even some of the ones that are closed, you can go through them. So like I have to do it in this way, where I have to actually no, I think it was just that one. Yeah, it was just that one door. I think they did that by mistake. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I take that. I take that back. Um, doors that are supposed to be locked, they are locked. All right. Um, so I'm gonna switch over to VS Code, and we're gonna carry on studying Godot for a little bit. I'm gonna transition to the BRB screen, and I'm also gonna mute my. The music just never started playing, did it? It is just stuck there. Great. So let's pause the video. Maybe I need to refresh the page to get it going. Okay. When I click refresh, that's when the thing starts displaying. Great. Thank you. Well, that's gonna do its thing, and I'm gonna switch over to VRChat. First things first, I need to. Well, I'm not gonna switch over to VRChat. I need to close VRChat. And yeah, I'm not gonna take a break like I usually do. We're gonna carry on. I feel like I can carry on. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I can carry on. I just need to make sure VRChat closes, exits properly before I try to open anything up, because VRChat is what consumes the most resources during these streams. So once it closes properly, then I can open up the private window and load up the page and open up Godot. Oh, I also need to start up my VTubing application. But yeah, I don't want to do any of that until VRChat is closed. And wait, is the music still not playing? All right, we are just gonna wait. Okay, we are just gonna wait here because VRChat is closing. And there's gonna be like a bunch of lag. Okay, so I managed to get the video playing. But yeah, we're just gonna wait for VRChat to close properly before we do anything else. Okay, this is taking its own time. I don't want to like forcefully crash it, but like we're gonna have to wait for a couple of minutes. See, this is what I was talking about. Like VRChat, it takes some time to close. It also takes some time to open. I think that's part of the reason why I didn't want to do the explore the thing that I was talking about, where I'll explore 3 worlds at the beginning of every stream. It's because like my system is not strong enough that I can smoothly load up VRChat and smoothly close VRChat. So like the transition between, you know, different applications, it takes some time. And honestly, it's kind of an inconvenience that I don't want to have to deal with, which is why I guess that's why I don't do the exploration thing. That being said, I could do the exploration uh, off stream. Doesn't have to be on stream necessarily. I could do the exploration off stream, and I could. Oh, cool! VRChat finally closed. I'm gonna give it a couple more seconds to, do whatever cleanup it needs to do before my system returns back to normal. Oh, I also need to hydrate. So give me a second. Alright, I think we should be good now. Opening up the browser is not so bad. I can open up the menu as well. Now it's still a little rough, let's say. Yeah, it's still a little bit rough. But I mean, we can deal with it. Okay, so Godot. Let's open that up. Well, I'm opening up the docs. Then I'll open up Godot. I also need to open up my VTubing app. Okay, so let the docs page load. Let's minimize this other browser. Let's open up the VTubing app. Dude, I need to get back to doing that networking stuff. I just suddenly got distracted because, dude, this thing that happened, like those of you who are not part of the game dev space, you probably don't understand too much about like what exactly happened. So okay, let's just say Unity introduced a change in their pricing plan, and because the way that they went about the whole thing, it was very sketchy, and it also wasn't that great because it would make things a little more expensive for devs. But just in general, the way that they approached the whole situation, people didn't like it, and so a bunch of people started, well, moving on from Unity, moving over to other game engines, or at the very least trying other game. You know what? Instead of being so vague, I should probably just explain it, because like, okay, so Unity introduced a change in their pricing plan, and I'm sure you can find like videos on it, like bigger YouTubers and all, they've spoken on it as well, because to them it impacts them from like the gaming point of view, and from the point of view of, you know, the devs of the games that they care about. It impacts those people as well. But I'm speaking from like a game dev point of view, and a point of view of somebody who's part of the Unity community and has been part of the Unity community for Unity community. That sounds Unity community. I like the way that sounds. I just realized. Okay, anyways. So yeah, speaking as a person who has been part of the Unity community for a decade, like I started Unity back in 2013. So like I've been in this community for a decade, and so I keep up with, you know, a lot of stuff going on with Unity. And recently they announced a change in their pricing plan, where they were going to make it so they were going to start charging something called a runtime fee. What does this mean? So the Unity runtime is it's the thing that all your Unity games basically run on. The runtime is responsible for doing like a bunch of, well, Unity game things. And the runtime ships with your build, with your game build. So like when you run a Unity game, the Unity runtime is responsible for doing a bunch of things in the background and making a bunch of things happen. So any Unity game that you play, it has the Unity runtime. So what Unity decided to do is they announced that from the 1st of January 2024, that is next year, they were going to start charging a runtime fee for each install, but like not right off the bat, but they were going to start charging a runtime fee per install of your game. You as the dev are going to have to pay you're going to have to pay a runtime fee for each time your game gets installed. Okay, I'll get into it. Like there's thresholds. It's not like right off the bat. Once your game crosses a certain threshold, then per install you're going to have to start paying a runtime fee. Before going any further, let me just mention, the moment I read that blog post, like people were complaining about it, and I was wondering what people were complaining about, so I read the blog post, right? And the moment I read the blog post, the first question that came in my mind is, how the fuck are you tracking the installs, dude? You cannot track these installs. Like, you cannot accurately track these installs. You just cannot do it. It's really hard to do. You can't track the installs. Like, maybe you could track downloads to a certain extent. That is like if the providers, if those sites, if those services that are, you know, that the binary is being downloaded from, if they give you the data, then yeah, you can track the downloads. You can't track the installs. You can't accurately track the installs unless you have some hidden code that is doing some shady shit, or unless you are just getting wrong data. Like, it is really hard. It is really hard to track the installs. Because, like, you could say that, oh, maybe it's phoning home, but how are you gonna phone home if the the person has turned off the internet, for example? Like, what is it doing in that case? Is it like writing the data somewhere else, and then when the internet gets turned on, then the data gets sent? Like, how is it doing that in the back end? There has to be like some shady shit going on, something that people are not going to be okay with. Assuming that that is not happening, how else are they getting their numbers? It's I don't think the numbers are going to be accurate, right? So this was the first question that I had. How are you tracking the installs? You can't do that accurately. Okay. Now, okay, going into the threshold. So once your game passes a certain threshold, they're going to start charging you an install, or well, they're going to start charging you a runtime fee for each time your game gets installed. What is the threshold? Before understanding the threshold, you have to understand that Unity has some it has different types of licensing. It had Unity Pro, no, it had Unity Personal, Unity Plus, Unity Pro, and then Unity Enterprise. Now, soon they're going to be getting rid of Unity Plus, so I'm not going to talk about that. That leaves us with Unity Personal, Unity Pro, and Unity Enterprise. Let me just confirm that the second one is called Unity Pro. In fact, let me open up the blog post thing itself. Just give me a couple of seconds. I don't know if they still have that blog post up or they deleted the thing, because like there was massive backlash. Like, to put it lightly, there was massive backlash. Give me a second. All right, it is showing me the pricing plan, but why is this not price plan blog? Now are you going to show it to me? There it is, updates. Okay. In fact, why am I doing this here? Why don't I just open it up in this private browser, this private window thing? Unity price plan blog. I can open this up, and since we're already talking about it, we can just discuss it right now. Okay. Desktop. What all do I need here? Yeah, so let's do the large window for now, since, you know, that's what we are discussing. Let's open this. Okay, so it's gonna be a, you know, light mode thing. I think we're good, right? Temporarily, actually no, I can move the VTubing avatar somewhere in the corner. Okay. Wait, is it getting locked somehow? No, I think we're good. All right, so let's discuss, right? So Unity has now set this threshold where okay, maybe I should also change all of the other stuff before I do anything. Let's switch over to just chatting. Let's add those tags that I wanted. Okay, we can get rid of the Unity tag, get rid of VRChat, study with me can stay. Then we do Godot and Godot engine. And coding and programming. I can't remember if there were any more that I wanted to add. Okay, I guess that's it. So that is our change. Okay, great. So starting 1st of January 2024, Unity is going to start charging they're going to start charging a runtime fee for each install of your game once your game has passed a certain threshold. Now, what's the threshold? Here's the threshold. Those that have made for Unity Personal, because Plus, they're going to get rid of Plus. For Unity Personal, those that have made $200,000 or more in the past 12 months and have at least 200,000 lifetime game installs. So that's the threshold for Unity Personal. If your game crosses that threshold, that means you are going to have to, well, okay, if you have the Unity Personal license and your game that you are selling has crossed, actually not just selling, I think even in the case of free games that have like in-app purchases and stuff like that. So I'm not going to talk about like if it's just selling, but like, yeah, your game, if it crosses, because like money is mentioned there as well, right? So it could be from in-app purchases, it could be from like ads and all of that stuff. So anyways, if you have the Unity Personal license and your game has made or you have made $200,000 in the past 12 months and your game has 200,000 lifetime game installs, then further from that point, every install is going to cost you 20 cents. This is if you have the Unity Personal license. So that's the threshold. $200,000 earned in the last 12 months and 200,000 lifetime game installs. That's for Unity Personal. For Unity Pro and Enterprise, it is if you have made if you have made $1 million in the past 12 months and if you have at least 1 million lifetime game installs. Now, they've mentioned flexibility and discount. I don't see too much flexibility in terms of Unity Personal unless they suddenly changed it later on after the whole backlash. But like, I haven't seen too much flexibility in Unity Personal. So this is the little table that they have. So what they're talking about in terms of discount, after you've crossed the threshold, as you can see with Unity Personal, I'm not talking about Unity Plus because I believe they're getting rid of it, so I'm not going to talk about that. But like with Unity Personal, if they're not getting rid of Unity Plus, then just, excuse my wrong information. But I've been seeing in a lot of places that, yeah, they are getting rid of it. In fact, I think they themselves mentioned that they're getting rid of it. I don't remember. But anyways, after you've crossed the threshold, and if you have the Unity Personal license, after you've crossed the threshold, you're going to have to pay 20 cents per install. Okay? If you have the Unity Pro or Unity Enterprise licenses, then after you cross your threshold, as your number of installs increases past that threshold, actually, is it past that threshold? Yeah, I believe this is past that threshold. So yeah, as your number of installs increases past that threshold, the amount that you have to pay, the runtime fee that you have to pay, can actually decrease. But that is only for Unity Pro and Unity Enterprise. For Unity Personal, you don't get a discount. And then there was something else here which I didn't fully understand what this was about. But for now, let's focus on this, right? The first question that came in my mind is exactly how are they tracking these installs? Because they have not mentioned anywhere how they are tracking the install. Understandably, a bunch of people were upset about this thing because not only do you have to pay your licensing fee, you also have to pay the install fee. And that adds quite a bit of expense for developers, right? And just like me, a lot of other people, like when I initially read the blog post, I thought, okay, I'm not sure how they're tracking the install, but like maybe I'm just missing some information, right? And then I went on Twitter and I saw nobody knew. Nobody knew. So later on, a couple of Unity staff, they were trying to be helpful, so they started creating threads. They made like their own posts, and they said, okay, you guys can ask your questions in the comments, and we'll try to forward the questions to the relevant people and get you answers. Just like me having this question, a lot of other people also had this question: how are you tracking the install? The only answer that they were able to give, and I don't blame the Unity staff, by the way, it's the Unity management that made this decision to not give the information out. So the Unity staff were just forwarding that information that they were being given. But regardless, the information, the answer, the response that was given about how they are tracking the install was, we have our own proprietary tech. We have our own proprietary data model that we use. They're not telling us how they're doing it. That was a major problem. They're not telling you how they're doing it. The whole idea there is, just trust me, bro. Like literally, just trust them. So like you have no way of checking how they're getting their numbers. Now, what do you do in situations where there's a dispute? What do you do in situations where your numbers and their numbers don't match up? Like you have tracked, first of all, you cannot track your installs either. You can only track the downloads or the purchases, right? Let's say you have those purchases, and let's say you've tracked that, okay, I don't know, 100,000 people bought it, right? So you have that number of purchases, but then Unity comes back and says, oh no, you have 300,000 installs. How exactly are you gonna, first of all, how are they gonna prove it? Because they're not showing that how they're tracking it. They're just saying, oh, proprietary data model. They can't prove it. They also cannot show you how exactly they're getting the number. So when there's a dispute, then how exactly are you gonna rectify that issue? How are you gonna deal with that issue when you cannot tell them how exactly you are tracking the numbers? There's no proper like metric there. The reason is you cannot accurately track the installs unless you are doing some shady shit. At least like from my experience, unless you're not just, okay, when I say shady shit, it sounds like really bad, right? What I mean is, unless you're doing something that the user is not aware of, or you're breaking some kind of like privacy laws, it's really hard for you to track installs. It is really hard. This is coming from someone who has been a programmer for, and who has been doing tech stuff for like more than a decade. It is super hard to track installs. They are saying that they're tracking the install, but they are not saying how they're tracking the install. Another issue that people had was, and I'm just going based off of what other people are saying in this matter, because I didn't read the terms of service back then. I also didn't read the terms of service now after they changed it. But apparently what people are saying is that they changed the terms of service without letting people know. They changed they sneakily changed the terms of service, is what people are saying. They changed the terms of service so that this new rule now applies to older games as well, not just newer games, not just games that are made after the 1st of January. They also apply to previously made games, previously sold games. So this made people even more angry. And then there was like, dude, if you follow this on Twitter, you'll see like there's a lot of issues that people are having with this, and for good reason. So like major indie developers, they started switching over from Unity. They put out like messages that, yeah, we're not going to be using Unity anymore. We're going to we're going to be moving over. And dude, understand that this is not the easiest thing to do. Like, switching engines is not the easiest thing to do, especially if you are working on like a complex project and there's like a bunch of money that has already gone into it. Switching over costs even more money, not because the engine costs money, but because you have to pay the labor cost for actually switching technologies. Like, this shit is not, it's not that easy to switch the engine. With smaller projects, it can be a bit of a headache to do it, but like, it's still possible to do it, right? With bigger projects, it's possible to do it, but it's going to cost a lot more. That being said, this became a good opportunity for other game engines. One of them being Godot, a free open source game engine. It's completely open source. It's on GitHub. You can see all the code right there. There's an amazing. Okay, we can switch over from this tab now. Yeah. So in comes Godot. In fact, Godot didn't come in. They a lot of people started talking about Godot, and a lot of people started rushing over to Godot, and a bunch of other engines as well. There's Unreal Engine, there's RPG Maker. I don't know if Construct is still a thing. I don't know if Game Maker. I haven't kept up with those engines, so like, I don't know what they're doing these days. But there's a bunch of engines out there. CryEngine, I think they're still doing their thing. I don't know if Lumberyard is still a thing. There was Open 3D Engine, I think it was called. I think it was called O3DE. I forgot who was working on it, but that was also apparently open source. Hold on, O3DE. O3D O3DE is Open 3D Engine, and its developer is the Linux Foundation. Okay, yeah, so this is an open source thing. All right. It's a free and open source, so this is FOSS as well. Great. So yeah, there's a bunch of these engines. A lot of people started taking more interest in Godot. There's also been people who have been trying out Unreal Engine, but many people, they took quite a lot of interest in Godot because it is free and open source. And after a big tech company has done whatever Unity just did, um, a lot of people wanted to give free open source a try. Dude, let me just say, the Godot community has been super helpful and super welcoming to I don't know what's going on in private channels, but like out in like the public channels and like on like social media and all, the Godot community has been super helpful and super welcoming towards all the newcomers, people who are flocking over from Unity. And even the core engine dev, a bunch of the other devs, a bunch of the other people who are part of the development team, the production team, and all, they've all been super helpful. I believe there's a community manager. I think that's their title. I don't remember. They have also been super helpful. They've been putting out a lot of information, answering a lot of questions. People are very curious about many things in Godot, how things work, why things are done the way that they're done, and the community has been super welcoming and super helpful in helping people understand how things work in Godot and how you can port over your game. I remember the core dev had made a post mentioning that in the past they would. Okay, there's an ad playing, so I'm gonna hydrate. All right, welcome back. Also, my voice is starting to go downhill, but like we're gonna try to keep going. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, the core dev also, they mentioned that in the past they would have said that you shouldn't be trying to port your game from Unity to Godot because like it's not meant to be a competing engine. But now things have changed because now apparently the devs have been forced out of Unity. So now they're trying to make it easy. Now they're trying to make it as easy as possible for people to port their games from Unity to Godot. Which, I mean, it's not going to be easy, not by a long shot. Like, a lot of people are going to have a lot of challenges to deal with, but the Godot community and the Godot devs are trying their best to make the transition easier. Like, I want to use the word as seamless as possible. I want to say as seamless as possible. It's not going to be seamless for like a lot of people. There's going to be a certain amount of work involved to do. But fortunately, oh, accidentally hit my pop filter. Fortunately, the devs and the community in general, they're all super helpful. They're trying to help people out. I'm sure it's the same with Unreal Engine as well. That community is probably also helping people out. But I can really appreciate what's going on with Godot, dude. This is also why I wanted to give Godot a try and learn about Godot. Not because I'm switching over. I'm still gonna be using Unity because, like, dude, fucking VRChat, it uses Unity. So like, you can't just jump ship. It doesn't work like that. It's not that easy. Like, I've got my projects in going on in Unity. I don't hate Unity. It's just, the management didn't make the best decision. The engine is still good. Like, I'm still going to use the engine. But like, I want to learn Godot as well because I want to be able to use both the engines. Maybe sometime in the future, if I see that, I'm able to get a lot more done with Godot, then maybe I'll just use Godot instead for a bunch of things. But for the time being, like, I, just like a lot of other people, have put a good few years. I'm saying a good few years. I put a fucking decade into Unity, dude. Like, I put a long time into Unity. So like, I'm not just gonna leave it. I'm gonna try my best to stick with it. We still don't know what's going on with the Unity situation. We don't know if Unity is gonna walk back this whole thing, if they're gonna reverse it or if they're gonna change it. Because like, dude, people are not happy. They have to see that. Like, I'm sure they see it. I'm sure they see it to a certain extent, unless they're like very situationally unaware. I'm sure they see it. I'm sure they see the backlash. They see that some of their very big customers are leaving. So I'm sure if not because of the community backlash, then at the very least because of losing money, they're probably going to see that, yeah, there's an issue with the decision that we just made. So we still don't know what's going on with Unity, but in the meantime, because like, dude, it's taking a while. Let me just say, so the thing happened like what, 4 days ago, I think. The blog post, I don't remember when was the blog post made. It was made on September 12th. It is now, where I live, it is September 18th. Like, it has not even been 4 days. It has been 5 to 6 days. And so far, we haven't really seen a whole lot. We haven't heard a whole lot from them. The most that we heard from them was when they tried to clarify things a little bit, but it didn't really clarify things because, again, they didn't tell us how they were tracking the installs. They just clarified certain things about, how they would treat situations where somebody pirated the game and then there's like a million more installs just because somebody pirated the game and a bunch of people got the game for free. They said that, we have we have technologies in place, which again, proprietary. We have technologies in place that can determine that that is the case. And then they also said that they won't charge for demos, they won't charge for early access games, they won't charge for any I don't know, charity related things. But so far that's like the best that we've gotten. There was also this thing where some people were saying that Unity was I don't know the full details around this. I don't want to give wrong information, but they were saying something about providing or not charging for installs if you were using certain services of Unity's. But this was more relevant in like the mobile gaming space, in the mobile app space. So like this was certain services that they were providing. I think there was something to do with consoles as well. I don't remember. And there was a lot of confusion there as well. I don't know if the confusion was caused by them or by people speculating. Confusions about like what if people get the game through Game Pass, for example. I think Xbox has a Game Pass or PlayStation has a Game Pass. I think it's Xbox. They have a Game Pass. So like in that situation, how are you handling it? Like you see already there's like, this is what I was saying, it's really hard to, first of all, it's really hard to track the installs. But then also how are you accurately gonna account for all of these different possible scenarios? This is just not a very good metric to do your tracking by, or it's not a very good metric to charge by. Where was I going with this? Anyways, yeah, it's so yeah, we still don't know what's going on. A couple of people who are part of the Unity Insiders program, they mentioned that they had a meeting with Unity, and they very much voiced their concerns that yeah, this is a horrible decision and you should not be doing this. And obviously the Unity execs can probably see the backlash. They can probably see that the community is mad about the decision that they made. So we're still waiting on seeing what's gonna happen. Like, dude, the situation got so bad that when VRChat made their latest blog post, they do a bi-monthly blog post, like twice a month, so once every 2 weeks. When they did their recent blog post from like a couple of days ago, even the situation got so bad that even they had to clarify that don't worry, we are not going anywhere. We are gonna handle this stuff. We are dealing with this stuff. Because like, dude, it's not gonna be easy for them also. They can't just up and leave, especially a project like VRChat, a project that encourages it's becoming hard to talk. Anyways, a project that encourages user-generated content, it's not so easy for them to up and leave, because if they up and leave, if they move to a different engine, their users are going to have to learn that other engine. Dude, not a lot of people are going to do that. Because like at that point, if they anyways have to learn a new engine, what is stopping them from going and trying a whole different platform, like Roblox, for example? Roblox has like, at this point in time, like a pretty robust, a pretty sophisticated creator platform. Like they have quite a bit going on there technology wise. They've done some amazing stuff. But anyways, let's carry on learning, because I cannot talk anymore. So I'm gonna we are just gonna learn. We're gonna try and keep doing this for however long I can. I don't think I can do it for very long, but like let's do what we can. Okay, we went step by step, and then we were in creating instances. So I am done with like a certain percentage of this. So I didn't want to download this package, but instead I made my own little example. I think I was here editing scenes and instances. Okay, set the bounce thing. Okay, so this is great because now at this point in time I know how to create a new scene. Maybe I should switch to the other. Hold on. So let's select that. Let's do that. Bring that up. And then we have the game capture, which is... Oh shit, I didn't open up Godot. I just realized that. Okay, let's open up Godot. Give me a second. Actually, while that opens up, I can carry on reading, I guess. It shouldn't take time. This is another thing I really like. Shit doesn't take too much time in Godot. Like, I mean, it still takes a couple of seconds for certain things, but it doesn't take that long, dude. That's kind of cool. I mean, to be fair, I haven't tried it out with like more complex scenes. I have seen other people trying more complex scenes, and they were pleasantly surprised. They were like, "Dude, why is this not taking so long to build? Why is it happening so fast?" They're not complaining. It's just like a funny way of saying, "Holy shit, this is fast." All right. I can switch over now so you guys can see. Great. Hold up. How are we doing on the music? Give me a second while I confirm that this is working. Yep, the music is still playing. Great. So, so far what we have here. So this is something that I was wondering. I'm still trying to get used to the whole idea here, like the basic concepts of Godot. So like I click on the menu, this scene menu, and then I click new scene, and then that opens up this scene. In this scene, I can create whatever I want, right? And then I can save it as a scene. So let me, like so far this hasn't been saved yet, right? Let's create something here. Let's add, I don't know, let's add a sprite. Okay, so that's a root node. So to the root node, I can add... Oh, wait a minute. Could I have just... yeah, I could have done that. So, sprite 2D. Great. Let's move this. I really like the way that Godot does this thing, dude. Hold on, let me select the texture. I still need to learn about all of these different textures, these different types of textures they have. For now, I've selected canvas texture. I like the way that we are able to do this. Like, I don't have to switch tools. I can hold Alt and move this thing around. I can hold Control and Alt and then scale it. Right? I can hold Control and Alt and Shift and uniformly scale it. Look at that. Look at that. How cool is that? I can hold Control and rotate. I can do all of this from just select mode. I don't need to switch to any of the other modes. That is so convenient. That is so convenient. Okay. So, back to what I was doing. So I've created this, right? We are in an unsaved scene. We have a node. The node is part of the scene. Like, I'm trying to understand this. We have this node, And then we save this as a scene. Let's call it some scene. Actually, let's just call it square. Square 01. Okay, so that's our scene. Great. Now, this scene can be, let's say I have another scene here. I have this scene, some scene 01. I'm going to remove these labels because it can be a little confusing. Now, I have the scene. The scene is saved over here as a resource. I have the square 01 scene. I can drag and drop it here. And this is essentially... what? Okay, for a second there I was confused about... Yeah, see, I'm confused about where exactly the pivot point is here. Okay, we can deal with that later. It's not that big a deal. So, this is a scene. I can drag and drop the scene here. It essentially acts as a prefab. Like, if you think about it, it acts as a prefab, right? I can create more duplicates of the scene, right? I don't yet know how to change sprite colors, so I can't show you that as an example here. But like, just oh, you know what I could do? I could do this. So let's say I made a change to the original scene, the square scene, and I saved that change. There you go. The change shows up here. So it's like a prefab, right? I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, because like, let's say, like, I'm trying to understand what's going on here. Like, we have a node, and the node is part of a scene. We can have multiple nodes in the scene. This node is supposed to have, like, this node is supposed to be a root node. From what I understand, this is supposed to be a root node. And a root node can then have multiple other child nodes, and then each of those child nodes can have their own child nodes. Fine. But like in this scenario, is Sprite 2D considered the root node? Because like a node tree makes up a scene. Right? So right now we would say this node, which is also a root node, is part of this scene. Like, would that be accurate to say? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to, wrap my head around. I'm trying to understand the idea. That being said, we can carry on. Reading. I need to hydrate. I think I'm going to need to hydrate more often now, because it is slowly becoming painful to talk. So we can keep going, but like, I need to hydrate more. Okay. So here we were looking at adjusting values of individual instances. Oh, okay, good. There's that. It's explaining the icon. Let's start from here. So play the game by pressing F5. Oh, by the way, in my case, if I do, oh, you can't see that, so never mind. You can't see that because like if I do that, if I hit F5 or F6, in my case I have to hit F6. If I hit F6, just a second. If I hit F6, it's gonna pop up a new window, and that window is not gonna be captured by OBS, so like you guys won't be able to see it even if I tested it out. Okay, so play the game by pressing F5, and notice how all balls now bounce a lot more. Yeah, so the idea is that it, in my case, it's this thing. It's not a sphere, it's a cube, and the cube has a physics material, and I increase the bounce on it. So basically, this has a collision shape on it. So this thing, it falls down and it bounces and rotates a little bit, and yeah, that's the idea there. Okay, so play the game by okay, all right. As the ball scene is a template for all instances, modifying it and saving causes all instances to update accordingly. Let's now adjust an individual instance. Head back to the main scene by clicking on the corresponding tab above the viewport. Okay. Then select one of the instances. Okay, great. And set the gravity to so-and-so. Fine. The gray revert button appears next to the adjusted property. This icon indicates you are overriding a value from the source packed scene. Even if you modify the property in the original scene, the value override will be preserved in the instance. Clicking the revert icon will restore the property to the value in the saved scene. Okay, so I have something regarding this that I need to bring up later on. I need to find a way to be able to present it properly so I can ask this question. Because I might need to make a suggestion. I'm sure other people have probably suggested this as well, but like I'll make my own suggestion as well. It's about this revert button, because this button reverts to like in the case of a scene instance, it reverts to the original scene value. But let's say you have two scene instances, and one of them, you know what, I'm going to test this out right now. Okay, so I have this selected. I'm going to duplicate it and then bring that here. Okay. Now, wait, that's not part of the original thing, is it? Let's go to ball. So we add a new material and then expand that and then increase the bounce. Okay, save. And then over here we can revert. So there's a problem, right? I reverted back, but it reverted to 0. Now, how do I get this to use the value from the instance? Like imagine, okay, let's say I go back and save again. Does that make the change that I need? Doesn't seem to do that. Yep, doesn't seem to do that. What if I make a duplicate and bring that here? Yeah, that doesn't seem to do it either. So yeah, okay, I wasn't clear about like what exactly I'm having an issue with. My issue here is, okay, let's say I delete this and then I bring, it's called ball, but it's a square, just let it be. So let's say I have this here and I expand this and I have, the bounce there. Okay, great. Now let's say I made a duplicate and I moved this here and I set the bounce to, why is this not changing? Why is that not changing? I'm kind of confused about what's going on. Well, okay, I'll just describe what my issue was. My issue was that, okay, let's say we have these two instances, right? And let's say I change this value here, which right now for some reason it's not changing. But let's say I change the value here in this instance, right? And then I select both of these instances and I click on that revert option, because like it's gonna appear for both of them from what I remember. It's gonna appear for both of them. If I click that, in one of them, in the instance where I change the value, it'll revert to the original value. Well, it'll revert to the value of the instance, the original value of the instance, right? But in the instance where I haven't changed it, it's gonna revert to 0. So like that becomes a problem, because you don't have like one standard way of only reverting changes to the instance. So I need to find a way to I need to bring this up. But yeah, that's what I was having an issue with. I'm confused about why this ball was not letting me change this value. Like what's going on here? Okay. That's even more confusing. Okay, that's not the best. Oh, maybe I could. Yeah, maybe I could do it here. Would this work? Yeah, this would work. So let's say I did this, right? I changed this to negative 60.57. And then I select this one, and this one the gravity is set to 1, right? Okay. So now let's say I selected this one, that where I do have the revert option, and then I select this one that doesn't have the revert option, but like I'm being given the revert option along with this value. What happens if I do this? So this switch to 1, and then this also remains at, okay, so then I need to find a way to reproduce the issue that I had earlier, because either it's a bug or I did something wrong. I need to find a way to reproduce that problem. I'm not able to reproduce it right now. That being said, we can just a second. Okay, yeah. That being said, actually, hold on. I need to take a small break. I will be back. You guys enjoy the music.
بدون إعلانات وبلا إنترنت ومع إمكانية تشغيلها في الخلفية. جرب يوتيوب بريميوم مجانا.
「 got some freak potential, but that's just great. It makes us who we are, moving our mental state. The fire, it knows me, and I can walk through the blaze without a mark. Forever it owes me the life I lost in the dark. The higher it takes me, the more I'm able to reach outside the walls of our perception and grab a piece for us all. A piece for us all.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Try 1 month free of charge.
All right, I am back. Though, give me like a minute. I need to do something. Actually, I don't think I need to do something. I think I'm good. Yeah, yeah. We are good to go. So let's carry on studying. So what I was hoping for today is to be able to finish this creating instances section, assuming I don't get distracted again. Oh wait, shit. I didn't transition. Okay. So yeah. What I was hoping for today is to be able to finish this creating instances section and hopefully also go through the scripting languages section and at least maybe start the creating your first script section, because I want to get into scripting, dude. Like I want to do the logic building part in Godot. And I want to start it like as soon as possible, because the moment I get into like the scripting side of things, it's going to get really interesting for me. There's still like a lot more that I need to learn, and I'll get to it slowly. But like, I like the way that they've structured this whole thing. Like, you know, they teach you about the basic building blocks, the nodes and scenes. Then they teach you about creating instances. Then they go into scripting languages and then player input and then using signals. So they've already mentioned stuff about nodes, right? So then you can go look up individual nodes, and I think they're approaching it from like a game point of view, a game dev. Wow, there's a voice crack. I think they're approaching it from like the game dev point of view. So they're including stuff like, oh, okay, there's the nodes and then there's the player input. They're calling it player input. You see what I mean? So I think they're approaching it from a game point of view or a game dev point of view, and so they've structured it in that way. Of course, what I'm going to be using it for isn't necessarily going to be game dev, but I think in a way that's what makes it a little more interesting for me, seeing how well I'm able to use this game engine to make an application, which I'm pretty sure I'm not the first person. I'm pretty sure I'm not the first person to do it. I'm pretty sure there are examples of people who have done like big projects, which were, you know, applications, not necessarily games, using Godot. Like, I'd imagine you can use Godot to make a tool that helps people build things, right? And then those things could then be brought into Godot for various purposes. So like, imagine you can make, I don't know, a tile map creator, for example. There are some very good examples of I think there was a voxel based thing, but yeah, if you look it up, there are some very good examples of applications that have been made using Godot. So I'm not going to be the first one, obviously. I'm not that conceited to think that either. But I'm more interested in the application approach. But I'm also going to be looking at the game dev side of it. I do want to mess around with the game dev side of it, because like I'm very interested in looking at the VFX side of things, because they explicitly mention CPU particles and GPU particles. So I want to see like how their system is set up, how good the tooling is, compared to, let's say, Unity's built-in particle system. I don't think they yet have something similar to VFX Graph. That being said, it's open source, so if anyone wants, they can definitely build something like that. I don't know for sure though, like maybe somebody has already built something that allows you to use, you know, a logic-based workflow, a node-based workflow to create VFX. Anyways, let's carry on. So this icon indicates that you are overriding a value from the source packed scene. Even if you modify the property in the original scene, the value override will be preserved in the instance. Clicking the revert icon will restore the property to the value in the saved scene. Rerun the game and notice how this ball now falls faster, much faster than the other. Okay, great. If you change a value on the physics material of one instance, it'll affect all others. This is because physics material is a resource. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So you're not necessarily making a change to the instance. In that specific scenario, you're making a change to the resource itself. And resources are shared between instances. That makes sense. Yeah, now it makes more sense. To make a resource unique for one instance, right-click on it in the inspector and click Make Unique in the contextual menu. Resources are another essential building block of Godot games. We will cover in a later lesson. Yeah, I remember the Godot dev mentioning that a lot of stuff in Godot revolves around nodes, scenes, and resources. And also servers, which I haven't gone into servers just yet. But I'll get into that as well. All right. Scene instances as a design language. Instances and scenes in Godot offer an excellent design language, setting the engine apart from others out there. We designed Godot around this concept from the ground up. We recommend dismissing architectural code patterns when making games with Godot, such as model view controller. Man, I haven't heard about the MVC pattern in a long time. Holy shit. I mean, I'm sure like people still use it. It's just that I haven't used it in ages. Or entity relationship diagrams. Okay, so they're asking us to stay away from these, at least when you're doing stuff in Godot. Instead, you can start by imagining the elements players will see in your game and structure your code around them. Okay. For example, you could break down a shooter game like so. We have stage. Okay, so I'm trying to understand this. I'm guessing stage is. Do they explain it here? Okay. Uh, you can come up with a diagram like this for almost any type of game. Each rectangle represents an entity that's visible in the game from the player's perspective. The arrows tell you which scene owns which. Which scene owns which? So a missile and a weapon own the stage. Enemy owns a missile. Market owns the HUD. Weapon owns playership. Weapon also owns weapon, apparently. Okay. Once you have a diagram, we recommend creating a scene for each element listed in it to develop your game. You'll use instancing either by code or directly in the editor to build your tree of scenes. Programmers tend to spend a lot of time designing abstract architectures and trying to fit components into it. Designing based on scenes makes development faster and more straightforward, allowing you to focus on the game logic itself. Really? That's interesting. Okay, we can try that out. Designing based on scenes makes development faster and more straightforward, allowing you to focus on the game logic itself. Because most of the components map directly to a scene, using a design based on scene instantiation means you need little other architectural code. Here's the example of a scene diagram from an open world game with tons of assets and nested elements. Okay, so we have a vase, we have table, we have room. So vase is on the table, chair and table are in the room is in the house. The house has a room, a door, and a seat. Oh, wait, no. The house has a room and a door. The house is part of a citadel, and the house, church, guards. No, the house and church are part of the citadel. Okay. And then the citadel, bridge, and player are part of the terrain. All right. Okay. Okay. So I think in order to understand this, I'm gonna have to work on a tiny game with this, just to get an idea of exactly what kind of architecture they're expecting us to. Oh, they're explaining it down here. Okay. Imagine we started by creating the room. Okay. We could make a couple of different room scenes with unique arrangements of furniture in them. All right. Later, we could make a house scene that uses multiple room instances for the interior. We would create a citadel out of many instanced houses and a large terrain on which we would place the citadel. Each of these would be a scene instancing one or more sub-scenes. All right, that makes sense. Later, we could create scenes representing guards and add them to the citadel. They would be I'm still confused as to calling this a scene. I'm wondering if it's just like a historical artifact, or if calling it a scene like had some kind of, if it like means, because like I get the idea. Technically, you do open up a new scene and then you set up your thing in it, your node tree in it. But like after you save the scene and then you create an instance of the scene, I think the reason I'm having an issue sort of connecting the, I mean, I understand the concept, but like I think what's kind of tripping me up a little bit is the fact that it's still called a scene, and I'm used to that thing being called a prefab. I'm also not used to scenes being dragged into scenes, so like that could be part of it as well. Okay, there's an ad playing, so I'm gonna sit quiet for 30 seconds while I hydrate and wait for the ad to finish. All right, welcome back. Okay, later we could create scenes representing guards and add them to the citadel. They would be indirectly added to the overall game world. With Godot, it's easy to iterate on your game like this, as all you need to do is create and instantiate more scenes. In a way, this is good, like the way that they've set this up. It sort of simplifies things. Because like what I described earlier, like, oh, we have a scene, and then in the scene you can create game objects. Those game objects can later be saved as prefabs. And then you can drag and drop the prefab into whatever other scene you want, right? You can make multiple instances of the prefab in the same scene, or you can make instances of the prefab in a different scene. That's great. In this scenario, in this situation, the way that things work, you create a scene. In the scene, you create a node tree, right? Then you can save that scene, and that scene can then be instantiated multiple times anywhere else. That scene itself can then be instantiated in multiple other scenes. And when it's done that way, when you create an instance, I believe that that technically makes it a node as well, because the engine hides the internals of the scene at that point. So at that point, it just becomes like one object, right? One node. I don't know if it's still called a node or if it's strictly referred to as a scene instance. I guess we'll find out later on. But yeah. We designed the editor. Wait, with Godot, it's easier to sound. Okay. We designed the editor to be accessible to programmers, designers, and artists alike. A typical team development process can involve 2D and 3D artists, level designers, game designers, and animators, all working with the Godot editor. So it'll also be interesting seeing how well Godot works with team projects, because they did mention the team development process. It'll be interesting seeing how well Godot works with team projects, especially when stuff like Git is involved, for example. I'm also curious about to what extent you're able to, like, let's say you made some changes to files outside, as in files that are used in the Godot project, but like you made changes to them outside, and then you come back into Godot. Like, did the changes show up immediately? Because like in Unity, what happens is when you import a file, it creates a meta file. It imports the file as well, but then it creates a meta file as well. A dot meta file that contains some information that's relevant to the engine. And like every single file, I think maybe every folder as well, I don't remember, but like every single file usually has uh, a meta file with the same name. Also, when you make a change to an object that has been or a file that has been imported in the project, when you make changes to it outside the project and then you come back into the project, it re-imports the file automatically. So I need to see how that gets handled here. Like, what is the process of importing and then re-importing as well? Okay. Summary. Instancing, the process of producing an object from a blueprint, has many handy uses. With scenes, it gives you the ability to divide your game into reusable components, a tool to structure and encapsulate complex systems, and a language to think about your game project's structure in a natural way. That last one, I haven't developed that yet. I think I'm going to need to use Godot a little more before I'm able to sort of sort of think in that way, because I'm still not used to the way of thinking that you need to use in Godot. Like, because every program has its own way of handling things, like when you're working on a project in Blender, for example. Blender has its own way of handling things. Like, things work very differently in the hierarchy. um, if you create For example, if you create a parent-child relationship between two objects, it doesn't automatically make the transform get affected. The child's transform doesn't automatically get affected when you make some changes to the parent transform. So you can like scale the parent, for example. Though you can set like different types of parent-child relationships there, so that's another thing to take into account. In Unity, it's not that way. In Unity, it's like, you know, the relationship is, it's fixed. So at least when you're editing through the Unity editor, when you scale up the parent, it's going to scale up the child as well. You rotate the parent, it's going to rotate the child as well. But like, the child is going to rotate in a specific way, like it's going to rotate, let's say, within the space of the parent. Let's imagine the parent has like its own coordinate space. The child object is going to be rotating within that space. So it'll kind of come across as like the child is rotating around the parent. But like in Blender, it's not necessarily the default behavior like that. You can set it up in that way. You can also set it up in other ways. You have options there. So that's what I mean. Like, there's different ways of doing things in different programs. And well, Godot has its own way as well. So I just need to get used to the different way of thinking. All right. Moving on to the next section, which is exciting scripting. This lesson will give you an overview of the available scripting languages in Godot. You will learn the pros and cons of each option. I think we're going to be doing a whole lot of reading here. Yes. So, what we're going to do is, uh, give me a second. We are going to turn that off, turn that off, turn this on, and now we can read. Great. Actually, give me a second. I need to hydrate and then we can start reading because I'm going to be talking a whole lot and, you know. Oh, did I forget to transition? Oh shit, I forgot to transition. Now you guys can see the browser. Okay, cool. So I also just noticed this thing, work in progress. So I'm not sure if there is some information missing here. Like this is a little concerning. So it says that the content of this page has not yet updated for Godot 4.1 and may be outdated. If you know, I think that explains why. That there was something that I'd seen where I was like, okay, that's a little bit confusing because you know what? Okay, we'll read this. I don't know. Is there like something else we can look at maybe? There might be like a scripting section here. Okay, let's open that up. I don't know if that's gonna have up-to-date information. This page is up to date for Godot 4.0. Okay. Um. core features. Oh, I also, yeah, this was interesting. Idle and physics processing. So like when you're doing physics related calculations, it's always a good idea to do it at like a fixed time step, not at the variable frame rate that games usually have, because games don't usually have like a fixed frame rate. I mean, the the target might be a fixed frame rate, but it's not usually a fixed frame rate. The frame rate, it varies depending on various different factors, right? And if updates are done based on like a per frame basis, while that works for a lot of things, like every frame you call an update function. Like for example, in Unity, the update function is called once every frame, right? So if 1 second has 30 frames, it'll call update 30 times. If it has 10 frames, it'll call update 10 times, right? This works for a lot of things, but it doesn't necessarily work well with physics, because it can mess with physics calculations. And not just physics, like a lot of other like movement related things, you don't necessarily want to do them in the update method. You want to do them in what's called the fixed update method in Unity. The fixed update method, it occurs at like a fixed time step. So Godot also apparently has that kind of thing. I don't know too much about it yet. We're going to get into it later, but so far all I know is that it's called idle and physics processing. Physics processing takes place at like a fixed time step, and I'm guessing that means idle is your update method. Idle processing allows you to run code that updates a node every frame. Okay, okay. Oh, this is okay. So this is an interesting way of putting it, or an interesting way of, or a different way of thinking. Idle processing allows you to run code that updates a node every frame. So keep like concentrate on this. You're running code that updates a node. You're not saying that a mono behavior is running or a script is running. You're running code that updates a node. So any given like script could probably be operating on a bunch of other nodes. I don't know. I just found that interesting. Like it's a different way of thinking. Updates a node every frame as often as possible. Okay. Physics processing happens at a fixed rate, 60 times per second by default. 60 times per second. All right. This is independent of your game's actual frame rate and keeps physics running smoothly. All right. You should use it for anything that involves the physics engine, like moving a body that collides with the environment. Makes sense. All right. You know what? Yeah. Let's carry on with this. Scripting languages. This lesson will give you an overview of the the available languages in the available scripting languages in Godot. You will learn the pros and cons of each option. In the next part, you will write your first script using GDScript. Exciting. Scripts attach a node. No, scripts attach to a node to extend its behavior. All right. This means that scripts inherit all functions and properties of the node they attach to. Okay. Okay. This means that scripts inherit all the functions and properties of the node they attach to. All right. So if it inherits all the functions and properties, so let's say we attach a script to a sprite node. We wouldn't need to create, for example, we wouldn't need to create like an object for the sprite renderer and then add a reference to the object it would already inherit all of those properties and functions. So then we could just call, call the function or change whatever properties we want. That is super convenient. Okay, this becomes interesting. Let's say, so what if we have a node tree, right? And the parent node has a script attached to it. Would it then inherit all the functions and properties of the parent node and the child nodes? Because if that's the case, you could very easily start controlling all of the child nodes as well. For example, moving objects around here and there. You could do that very easily without needing to add references here and there. Dude, that's clever. That is clever. Now I'm wondering, with this language, what's the situation with like references and cleaning up references? What I'm asking is, what about garbage collection? Or could it be that they've designed the language in such a way that it never requires garbage collection and it cleans up in its own way? Like how the way Rust is designed, it doesn't need a garbage collector, but that's because it has its own way of doing things. Like there's a specific way that you go about doing things. There's certain rules in the language that prevent that from happening. The design philosophy of the language, it prevents that kind of a situation. Um, Shit, I forgot. There was another part of it that I was gonna say. Um, but yeah, in Rust also, like the design philosophy is such that you don't really have a garbage collector because you don't always need one. Of course, with like more, I forgot what the cleanup thing was called. I think it was there was a specific name for it. Okay, I can't remember. Um, but yeah, Rust it ensures like memory safety. Though, I mean, I have seen some more advanced, very, very advanced Rust programmers complaining that they have had some issues here and there. Um, Anyways, yeah, I need to see how GD script does this. So my experience with this is going to be kind of interesting because I want to test out GD script. I want to test out C sharp. I want to test out Rust. If possible, I want to test out Python as well. I'm not interested in touching the C++ side because all of the other languages are there. If possible, I want to look into the Python side as well. Unfortunately, the Python extension, um, it I'm looking at the repo, it hasn't been updated in years. So I don't know if the person who was working on it is still maintaining it or not. Like, I don't know what the situation is there. I don't know if maybe now that Godot is becoming, much more widely widely adopted and a lot more people are trying it out. Like, dude, to give you an idea, today I saw multiple posts actually mentioning Godot is like, it's one of the top trending repos on, let me show you. Actually, let's test this out. Let's see. Let's go. I don't know if it's going to show up on my end or not, but like, let's look at the trending repos right now. How do I find trending here? Trending. There it is. Godot has like, it's 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 got like 70,000 stars. Yeah, there you go. It's like number 4 on the list. Crazy. It is being like widely adopted. Like a lot of people. Flax Engine is another one. I saw a couple of people mentioning Flax Engine. So it's great that people are looking into this. I have very little idea of Flax Engine. Wait, is this something made with C Sharp? This is a game engine made with C Sharp? Stride game engine. Also Raylib. People are looking into Raylib. Well, actually, this was trending a couple, I think 2 weeks ago or something. So like it's been carrying forward since then. Though now people might be looking into it even more. I didn't think about that. Welcome to the Stride source repository. Stride is an open source C# game engine for realistic rendering and VR. The engine is highly modular and aims at giving game makers more flexibility in their development. Stride comes with an editor that allows you to create and manage content for your games or applications visually and intuitively. Dude, it is interesting. It is amazing that it is amazing when you have like an open source project, right? And then people start checking it out. People start using the project. People start trying to help you build the project. It is amazing because like Godot is open source, right? And previously you had some people looking into it, and every now and then more new people would join the community, and it had sort of a community around it. And in the past like year or two, that had been slowly building as well. But with Unity's thing that happened uh, a couple of days ago, their popularity just exploded. Like a whole bunch of people flocked to this engine, myself included. It's crazy, dude. And it's amazing because like this is an open source project. It is maintained by, they have a few paid developers from what I understand, but like the majority of it, I don't know if saying majority is accurate, so I'm not going to say that, but like they mentioned they have over 600 contributors. And now because they have a development foundation. I think it's called Godot Development Fund. Basically they have a fund to help raise money for the development of Godot, so they can actually pay people to work on this engine, and work on various other aspects as well, not just the engine. And other than that, also they have open source contributors. They have people who are contributing to this project. A lot of people have helped this project improve over the years by making their own contribution. It's kind of weird how you say contributing. You don't necessarily, I mean, it depends who you're asking, or where you're from, but like some people say contributing, but some people say contributing, right? But you never say contribution, you say contribution. That's kind of interesting. So anyways, uh, um what was I saying? I was saying something about how it's great that the open source community and a bunch of developers, a bunch of people have helped Godot improve over time, and now there's going to be a lot more people helping Godot improve. That is amazing. That is amazing, dude. All right, that was quite a tangent. I don't know how I just like got completely sidetracked. Okay, um, for example, take a game where a camera 2D node follows a ship. Okay, the camera 2D node follows its parent by default. Imagine you want, wait, it follows its parent by default. Okay. Oh, so it's like that the parent-child relationship, it affects the transform. Yeah, imagine you want the camera to shake when the player takes damage. As this feature is not built into Godot, you would attach a script to the camera 2D node and code the shake. Attach a script to the camera 2D node and code the shake. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Available languages. Godot offers 4 gameplay languages: GDScript, C Sharp, and via its GD extension technology, C and C++. So this changed later on. As one of the core devs said, uh, what's currently supported is GDScript. Officially supported is GDScript, and I think C Sharp is also officially supported. And then you have Rust and C++, I think. I don't know. I don't remember if they mentioned Python. They definitely mentioned Rust. And somewhere here, I think they also mentioned Lua, but like I don't know if Lua is a thing anymore. Because like in apparently in the early days of Godot, they were using Lua, and then they made their own language. Now they're just not using Lua anymore. Funny enough, this is like the only other scenario where I've seen Lua being used. I'm not saying that Lua is not used at all. I'm sure other people use Lua for a lot of things. But like one other scenario that I have seen it being used in was when a group of people were working on their own game engine and also a game that they were planning on making. But they were working on a game engine and they chose Lua as the scripting language. I think initially it might have been Perl. Perl was involved somehow, but then they moved on from that and moved on to Lua. So it was interesting to it was interesting seeing how they were going about doing things. I got to learn quite a bit, and it was a fun. It was a. I was watching a game dev vlog series. In fact, not just one. It was a series of game dev vlogs. This was like back in the day. These guys started these vlogs when they were teens, just about to finish high school, I think. And they had started working on this project. And this was like back in 2009. And the project, it carried on for a couple of years. I don't know if they ever finished the engine because like there were a lot of like ups and downs and the the one of the main devs, one of the core engine devs, um, he's currently like he's a huge fan of Dreamcast, and even back then he was a huge fan of Dreamcast. So like he's heavily involved with the development community and the homebrew Dreamcast scene. Um, yeah, I don't know what the situation is with that engine anymore. Like what they're doing, if they whether they're still doing that or if they decided to take some pieces from it and like open source those or something. They were doing something with that. I remember seeing some part of it getting open sourced. But anyways, let's carry on with this. Uh, these are no, there are more community supported languages, but these are the official ones. Okay, you can use multiple languages in a single project. For instance, in a team, you could code gameplay logic in GDScript as it's fast to write, and use C Sharp or C++ to implement complex algorithms and maximize their performance. Or you can write everything in GDScript or C Sharp. It's your call. Oh, I should hydrate. Give me a second. Where was I? Yeah, we provide this flexibility to answer the needs of different game projects and developers. That is cool. Yeah, I remember reading about this. Like, they they mentioned this thing where uh they were like the API is equally available to all the languages. Like the API itself, you can call into engine code from a lot of different languages. So you could you could write your own sort of extension, or you could write, I'm sure there'll be like some kind of like glue that you have to create. But like once you create that glue, once you create that layer, let's call it layer, let's not call it glue. Once you create that layer, you could you could use whatever language you want, create the layer, and then call into the engine. According to a lot of people, what I've read, a lot of people who know a lot about Godot, the API is like equally available to all of these languages. And I think pretty much everything that's available to GD script is also available to all the other languages. So like what you pick is, it's up to you. It's your choice. I don't think there's going to be too much of a limitation there. It's more about what you choose to code in. What I am interested in knowing is how it would affect the speed, because like, yeah, I need to learn about how the logic gets handled, like what exactly happens. I need to understand that first in order to properly understand how we are getting performance benefits from using different languages. Okay, which language should I use? If you're a beginner, we recommend starting with GD script. We made this language specifically for Godot and the needs of game developers. It has a lightweight and straightforward syntax and provides the tightest integration with Godot. All right, cool. For C Sharp, you will need an external code editor like VS Code or Visual Studio. While C Sharp support is now mature, you will find fewer resources for it compared to GD script. That's why we recommend C Sharp mainly to users who already have experience with the language. Let's look at each language's features as well as its pros and cons. Now, keep in mind, this thing mentions that it's not necessarily up to date, or well, it says that it might be outdated. So, like, whatever I'm going to read here, I'm going to probably look it up later on and see to what extent it's still true, because like they have improved things, you know, over time, and they're going to continually improve things as well, just to make things a lot more easier for people who are coming over from Unity. So there's going to be a lot more improvements. Okay, GD script is an object oriented and imperative programming language built for Godot. It's made by and for game developers to save you time coding games. To save you time coding games. Its features include a simple syntax that leads to short files, blazing fast compilation and loading times, tight editor integration with code completion for nodes, signals, and more information from the scene it's attached to. Built-in vector and transform types, making it efficient for heavy use of linear algebra and a must for linear man words, making it efficient for heavy use of linear algebra, a must for games. Supports multiple threads as efficiently as statically typed languages. No garbage collection, as this feature eventually gets in the way when creating games. The engine counts references and manages the memory for you in most cases by default. You can also control memory if you need to. Gradual typing. Gradual typing. I've never heard of that. Variables have dynamic types by default, but you can also use but you also can use type hints for strong type checks. Okay. GDScript looks like Python as you structure your code blocks using indentations, but it doesn't work the same way in practice. It's inspired by multiple languages, including Squirrel, Lua, and Python. Why don't we use Python and Lua? I was about to say Pua. Python and Lua. Okay. Why don't we use Python and Lua directly? Years ago, Godot used Python, then Lua. Both languages, integration took a lot of work and had severe limitations. For example, threading support was a big challenge in Python. Yep. Developing a dedicated language doesn't take us more work, and we can tailor it to the game developers' needs. We can tailor it to game developers' needs. We are now working on performance optimizations and features that would have been difficult to offer with third-party languages. Okay, .NET and C Sharp. As Microsoft's C Sharp is a favorite amongst game developers, we officially support it. C Sharp is a mature and flexible language with tons of libraries written for it. We were able to add support for it thanks to a generous donation from Microsoft. That's cool. Hell yeah, dude. C Sharp offers a good trade-off between performance and ease of use, although you should be aware of its garbage collector. Okay, so I'm guessing then with C Sharp you can get a slightly better performance. So we're gonna find out exactly what happens there, like what is going on there, how exactly it's working. That's what I'm more interested in finding out. What else? What else? What else? Okay, you must use the .NET edition of the Godot editor. You must use okay. So currently, the Godot editor has two versions. One is just the Godot editor, and the other is Godot editor for .NET. In the future, they're planning on they're currently working on merging both of them into one. So you'll have just one editor, and it'll support both of the things. You can download it from so and so. Since Godot uses .NET 6, in theory, you can use any third-party .NET library framework in Godot, as well as any common language infrastructure compliant programming language, such as F Sharp, Boo, whatever the other one is, Clojure, CLR. I've never heard of that. Boo is another one that I have not heard of in ages. I mean, I've heard of it, but I haven't heard of it in ages. Like Boo, believe it or not, at one point in time, it was one of the supported languages uh, in Unity. Actually, I think the JavaScript equivalent was Boo, wasn't it? Or was Boo more closer to Python? Because like I remember like C Sharp, no, not C Sharp. Unity had multiple language oh, I think okay, I think it had C Sharp, JavaScript, and Boo. I can't remember exactly. They later dropped support for the other two, and they just kept C Sharp because like, dude, it is not easy to maintain support for multiple languages, and especially if a language is like barely adopted, barely used, then there's no point in maintaining support for it, especially if maintaining that support is costing money, and also if it really complicates the workflow, because like they would have to add support for it in if they add a new engine feature, they would then have to add support for it in multiple languages, and then they would have to fix issues where something breaks in one language but it works in another language. So it really complicates things. So eventually Unity did end up. Whew, I'm having trouble talking, dude. We need to finish this section. Okay, we're gonna finish this. GD script code itself doesn't execute as fast as compiled C sharp or C++. However, most script code calls functions written with fast algorithms in C++ code inside the engine. Okay. In many cases, writing gameplay logic in GD script, C sharp, or C++ won't have significant impact on performance. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting to know. Because, like, okay, yeah, in the back end, even though like you are writing in GD script, but like the script code is calling a bunch of functions in C++, and those functions have been written to maximize performance. Okay, cool. So like in the end, if it just ends up being a thing of like, oh, it's more simpler for me to code a complex system in this language. If it just ends up being that, then like that's kind of cool. Because then it literally becomes about which language you want to choose and not more about, oh, this language has better performance than that language. Okay. Projects written in C Sharp using Godot 4 currently cannot be exported to Android, iOS and web platforms. To use C Sharp on these platforms, use Godot 3 instead. I did not know that. Okay, that's interesting. I guess they're working on the support for it. Um, C++ via GD extension. GD extension allows you to write game code in C++ without needing to recompile Godot. All right. You can use any version of the language or mix compiler brands and versions for generated shared libraries thanks to the use of our internal C API bridge. GD extension is the best choice for performance. You don't need to use it throughout an entire game, as you can write other parts in GD script or C sharp. When working with GD extension, the available types, functions, and properties closely resemble Godot's actual C++ API. Okay. Summary. Scripts are files containing code that you attach to a node to extend its functionality. Godot supports 4 official scripting languages, offering you flexibility between performance and ease of use. You can mix languages you can mix languages, for instance, to implement demanding algorithms with C or C++ and write most of the game logic in GD script or C sharp. Okay, so we are done with this chapter. Um, yeah, I'm gonna carry on doing this, but I cannot talk anymore. So I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm probably not gonna raid anyone today. Yeah, I'll raid next time. I'll see. But yeah, I hope you guys have a nice day, and I will see you all next time. Peace.